Okay, so today I'm going to do another Absolutist philosophy episode, and one thing I'm noticing with this is I'm getting throttled at 480p. I'm being forced to do 480p even though it's set to 720 in the app that I'm using. So it must be something that I've used the Starlink a certain amount, even though it's supposed to be unlimited, even though it's roaming, right, whatever. It's supposed to do that. So it's 480, which is really... I don't know, like I like to do 1080 as a standard, and then I settled for 720, but now it's doing 480, so it's almost useless to me, but I'm kind of shocked by that. But whatever, we get an odd little visual like this that I sometimes do. So the thing is that one thing that this serves to do also is it sort of serves to test the Starlink, I guess, like how well does it work in all these various locations, right? And so one of the things, I'm acting as the Google car, like the Google Maps car or something. I'm acting as like the Tesla car inadvertently for the Starlink, because this sort of allows me to test it in different areas. So I showed some of those off the last time, like Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Albany, and whatever, right? So now we're in a more remote village-like area, Elbridge, New York. It's working here. I'll try it now. I'm going towards Auburn, so I'll try it there. So it's kind of like, even though I have my gripes about it, the upload speed is always pretty bad relatively. Again, it's enough to maybe do this, but it's pretty consistent regardless, right? As an overall thing, the upload speed isn't that great. The download speed is good, but like, it doesn't seem to matter much where I am. It is pretty consistent, right? I could be, again, I was in Albany, I was in somewhere south, I was in Scranton, Pennselsylvania. Throughout all that, it was pretty consistent. It was working. So that's the real draw of it, that I'm very annoyed and unhappy. I even just restarted the stream, though, to try to change some settings. It does not let me do... Right, I'm like watching on my other phone. It's not letting me do 720 anymore. I just can't do it. I don't know why. Right, my settings were always the same. I doubt it's a YouTube thing, because again, I was doing it before. But, or maybe I lost privileges to do that because my stream is just so dead. But no, I don't know, just, we'll go into some absolute philosophy concepts. One of the problems is that the things that would appeal to people and the things that are of value objectively, inherently, or, you know, just even the truth of something, you know, are at odds. So, like, people will be drawn in by something artificial and something propped up and something, you know, dressed up, right? But the town of Senate, like, what the fuck is the town of Senate? Nobody knows what that is. Nobody's ever been there, right? Like, no, if you say that, oh, I live in New York. Oh, the city? No, I live in Senate, New York. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, no offense to it. I'm just saying, like, nobody knows what that is. So, but Starlink still works here, apparently, at 480p, no less. But I'm very shocked by that. Like, let me look that up a little bit. What setting is the best to do on YouTube? Maybe I messed some of the settings up, but for YouTube 720p uploads and streaming, recommended bitrate is 5,000, and I'm doing it in 30. Maybe it doesn't matter in real life context. We're not playing a game, I mean, that you would want 60 FPS, but I could do it 30 FPS, and like, which is really better. 30 FPS 720 or 60 FPS, assuming that's even what it is now, I don't even know. 60 FPS 480, or if it can even do that, I don't even know. But no, this is like the upstate New York vibe, that you get this rural countryside farmland, which is not a bad thing. In fact, there's a certain irony to that. Oh, the city folk might look down, even though it's north, it'd be up. But they might look down on, oh, the farmland and all that. But that's where they get a lot of their food, or that's where, you know, a lot of the food production comes from the farms and stuff. So it's an irony of society, like, they look down on that, but they need that, or they, that's an integral part of their way of life, or everything like that. And there's like let me address that long form take, but also there's this assumption that like the state that people are in is an accident, right? Even by themselves sometimes. This is kind of an insightful thing, right? Like, oh, you're in this poor, impoverished state, right? Struggling to put food on the table for 5 kids or something like that, right? But that situation is entirely your choice and entirely your fault, in the sense that, right, you chose to have those kids, you chose to engage in those behaviors. So you can call it victim blaming, but like, the situation that you're in is no accident, right? It's a reflection of yourself. The fact that I'm doing this right now shows you, right? Like, I would rather do this than like something else that might be more attention grabbing. Even it's a bit of a concession from my nature that I don't really believe in the whole IRL stuff, or I certainly don't do face cam, but there's something to it, because Sheriff Jail Nursing Home, what a great, yeah, we got to go down there, give it a ride. But no, it's a situation where right, that like it's no accident, the situation that you end up in. And the reason why I say that is because it reflects your true nature and what you really want. So I always say that, like, if you really wanted to be a doctor or make 6 figures, if you really truly wanted that fully in your being, again, most people, anybody theoretically could do it. Are you really going to study 12 hours a day? Are you really going to work your hardest? Are you really going to apply yourself? The reality is that you don't really want that. You think you do, but you might want the money, or you might want certain things that go along with it, but you don't really want that. It's the same thing with the specification of the stimuli acme. You'll say, oh, you love that person and this and that, but why is it such a struggle? It's a struggle because you might want that person in a certain way, like sexually or whatever, but you don't want everything about them. You don't want to live with them. You don't want to base your whole life around them. So you're being forced and pressured by society to acquiesce to certain things. So you want the end goal of it. You want the sex or certain things, or you want the money, like from being a doctor. But if you truly wanted it, you would do the process to go along with it. Right? So it's more that, what if you're just happy with a minimalist state or a lesser state financially or whatever, right? Maybe that's what people don't realize. So the person living in the farmland up north, right, making hardly any money, that's an example. Or Amish people or minimalist. There's a such thing as, this looks like one of those old school Pizza Hut things, like, the design looks different than the ones I'm used to seeing. But no, it's like, I feel like I've been here before, but I don't know it. Or I've definitely been here before, but I don't remember it super well. Like, what I'm saying is that, I don't know. Oh, is this the one that's like a drive-through liquor store? Or that it used to have a drive-through on it, I think. Look, the thing is that the only other setting I think I could change is the FPS, if that maybe makes it work, but I really don't know. Best Buys have become super hard to find around here. Like, there's only one somewhere else, and then there's one in the mall. They closed that. BJ's Gas. Imagine filling gas at which I have done before. Maybe not that, but some other big store like that. I'm trying to think, like, how can I describe that? Basically, the situation you're in is no accident. It reflects your true nature. So it's like, if you truly just wanted money or that, you would do it. You would apply yourself fully to that. If you truly wanted, that person, you would apply yourself to that. So it's like, you don't really want it. You just think you do. You're pressured to by society. You don't really think for yourself, right? You're controlled half-mast by your base instinct or nature. And so, right, you don't really want it, but you think you want it. You're controlled by the half-mast inherent thing. And then the other aspect of it is the fact that this is one thing I find boring about even going to different places is like, look, it's the same. What is the big deal there? It's the same stuff that you'll find everywhere. Right, you'll end up finding the same things everywhere, so why does it matter, right? There's got to be something different, like even out of state. Okay, we saw the Krispy Kreme, or we saw the I tried like the Shining Rainbow there, at least is a good local Chinese, like in Albany, so it's nothing really too exciting. But one thing I'll say is again, that people are controlled in that way. People are controlled in that way that I'm trying to explain is that I don't know. People are controlled in the way that, like, they're assumed, right, what you want. Do people, it's amazing that people go through their whole life and they condemn thought or fear thought or resent thought or treat thought like a surface level initial thing. So what you have to realize is the same thing going on. Like what I'm doing now, or having an inner monologue and actively thinking about what's going on instead of just surface level reacting. It's the same thing. It's just like, wouldn't you rather be aware of it and then choose it for yourself? But then, oh, that's overwhelming to people, or it scares people, or, you know, like, oh, they'll be, you know, it's a project. There's a lot of propaganda against thought that way. So would you rather think and be aware of the nature of the process, but then, oh, that makes it seem boring, because then there's no selective emphasis that's placed, right, that people like to do to try to fluff up what is a specific reality that they're in, right? Because that's what objective thought would do. Like, okay, you think about it instead of just reacting to it, and then you realize, oh, this is like the same thing as everywhere else in the world, and this is like, we're just random people and there's nothing special about it, versus the myopic framing, undue emphasis to try to make anything seem more valuable. The problem with that is then that goes along with anything, like, oh, so you could be in World War II Germany and you would make that seem special and place undue emphasis and be positive or whatever. So it has its limits. And so now, right, like you're not looking at the reality of it, you're looking at something else. Like, again, the framing of it, the undue emphasis, the egotism of it. But no, what I'm saying is that it's no accident where you, okay, let me just stop before, this is kind of sometimes annoying. Either if I'm on a straight stretch of road, I'll do it, but when I'm in an unfamiliar area, I can't do this. So those are the three topics we'll talk about. It's no accident where you are, the long form postulate, and then also, like, you know, your reaction, defined by the reaction to something. I'll explain in a second. But no, this is kind of a small town vibe, even though Auburn is more of a city. There was one thing I wanted to talk to you about, monopoly control too, how it's done in a more nuanced way, so people would take issue with the nature of the process, but okay, I'm gonna stop in Walmart here, I guess. And then, yeah, this thing has started to prop up everywhere. This 70 brew or whatever, 73 brew. It's kind of overpriced, and I'm not that big a fan of it. But in fact, I don't think they have any food either. Like, they just have drinks only. But yeah, those have started to pop up everywhere. I don't know if it's something like national or what, but So yeah, I'll go through at least those 4 concepts here. It's better when I'm stopped for either the audio quality or the audio quality or the whatever, so I can concentrate. So the thing is that I should just do this every time I drive somewhere, because then sometimes, like yesterday, I didn't get to stream at all, which I hate to break that tradition of doing it every day. So like, that's a good joke too. You gotta ask. I'm in an Among Us lobby with these big streamers, and we're talking about grocery stores. Oh, do you go to Walmart? I went to Walmart the other day, and then I would ask them, hey XQC, have you ever been to Aldi's? And he'll be like, Aldi's, what's that? Because maybe it's just local to here or certain areas. I don't know. Maybe he's never been there. Aldi's nuts in your mouth, like that old dragon thing. The way Disguised Toast or whatever said that in Among Us. That was one of the classic moments. Like, did you go dragon or sneak dragon or something? And then it's like, what's dragon? Dragon these nuts all over your face. So yeah, the thing is that I'm kind of not in the mood to do this right now. Like, let's just fucking... Okay, so one thing that's interesting, this Walmart supposedly had some, like, little crispy, crunchy chicken shit in there. I just saw a picture, actually, when I go to look it up, that it had that at one point in there, apparently, which is bizarre. It's some obscure, I guess it's grown now, but it was like some obscure KFC knockoff that was super, maybe overpriced or something. Why did it make me go through here? Is there really no other straight entrance in the front? Like, how? Yeah, like Walmarts have started to improvise with stuff like that, where there's like a Dunkin' Donuts in a Walmart, and it doesn't have like fresh food or like some of the kitchen stuff, but they just have the actual donuts and drinks and stuff. And so, you know, typically you would think they'd have Subways. They used to have McDonald's, although I don't see that as much anymore. They got rid of one of them. So Subway is a classic. McDonald's, I guess it's stuff that doesn't require like a lot of hot food preparation. Like, I don't know how much there is in that in Subway even, but it's Subway was a classic, always in there. McDonald's was in there. You know, now Dunkin' seems a little new and novel, and again, something like this seems out there. I swear I just saw a picture of it like on Google when I go to do this, that they had the crispy crunchy sign, but that was like from 2 years ago or something, but I don't think it would be here anymore. Unless he just got rid of the sign for it, but I find that fascinating. Or there's like this good fallacy that like that this is privilege, preconception, and well, let's look at a few concepts here actually. So we got okay, let's look at the concept of okay, privilege, preconceived notions, and projection, right? This will happen with the stimuli acme. Society is ingrained and socially engineered. So there's a few things I can discuss with this. Like, women from a young age, even young girls, are groomed by society. And I'm saying all this in an observational negative sense, or potentially negative sense, like, just so you understand the nature of the process of what does happen, right? So, you could get offended or bothered by it, but it's kind of like, I'm just observing it, right? Like, this is the problem. If you point out the nature of a process in its true full form, you're the bad guy because everybody else would rather live in a fantasy. But either way, the same event is still happening. So if I point out, look at these war crimes, and then people, but that's hateful, or, support the troops. It's like, I'm pointing out the same events that took place, right? Like the Noam Chomsky method, he would have a very monotone way of expressing things. Like, it's not his opinion. He's just stating, a lot of the time, he would just go rattle off objective facts that aren't very well known and are well covered up. And it's like, those things did happen. Those are events that did happen that go against the framing and propaganda that we hear. It's like, make of them what you will. It doesn't have to make a claim. It just means that you're being lied to and brainwashed, but you'll take it as an affront or an offense from that person. So the thing that you have to understand is the same thing happens here. Like, let me explain this objectively. When you're growing up, right, boys versus girls, right, women, female, from a young age, right, are groomed by society to care about their appearance, right? Even, again, makeup, dress up, playing with dolls and stuff. There's certain things that are, you could say, that's just what girls like, but that's not really, there's nothing in nature that says that, right? Like, so you're two people born in the jungle, and the girl is going to play with a doll that doesn't even exist, and imagine makeup and dress up that aren't even inherent in nature. Like, that's not how it works, right? But these are socially engineered things, right? That's why a lot of the things you value and think or take for granted are socially engineered constructs. That doesn't mean they're bad, but what it does mean is they're not absolute, exclusionary to everything else, meaning, okay, that's fine, but also not doing it is fine. Also, various other things are fine. So it limits people, right? That doesn't mean that has to define you as a gender. That's part of the reason why the trans movement gets so much steam and stuff. People just want to break free of those things, like, they're being told what to do because of your gender that defines you and preconceived notion, et cetera, right? So here's the thing. Women from a young age, right, growing up even, are socially engineered and groomed by society to value their appearances. And you might think, that's innocent enough, just a young girls playing with dolls and whatever, makeup, dress up. But it's actually kind of nefarious in nature, because what is the reason why that's associated with women and not men, right? So when you grow up, you're known for your appearance a lot, right? So what is the real origin point? It's a tough thing to say, but it's the reality. What other reason is there for that being presented even when somebody is younger? Versus, again, why aren't boys doing that, right, on average? Is it because when they grow up, they're not as sexualized as women? So, men aren't known for their appearances as much. That's not the number one thing that comes to mind. Whereas women are. So the reason why, even, again, in that other situation, why looks are being focused on and dress up and makeup and all that is because women, when they grow up, are known in large part, or this is how society treats it, but for their looks. And so what that means is, right, you're being groomed to value looks and to be valued by your looks because that's how society treats people, and that's based on a large part the sexualization of women in society. So that trickle-down effect is very real. Right, that's unfortunate. Why are we teaching young girls to value themselves and just appearances in general when the only real basis of it naturally and, again, societally is, when they grow up, they're going to be heavily sexualized by society and other people, and that's the basis by which they're valued, and that's the basis by which they're perceived, and so you're grooming them from a young age to value that. If you can explain to me some other reason why, again, young girls are taught to value that, but young boys aren't on average, right, doll houses and things that seem innocent, but a lot of things that have to do with appearances and vanity, right, that would define them later in life, that is based on a sexualizing element, that is a really, really tough thing for people to face. But again, what other reason is there then? Right, like why does that appeal to young girls? This is kind of the dishonesty of indoctrinating people when they're young. Like, but see, all these young girls like this thing. But that's what society trains them and teaches them to do, right? Like, if it's just, whatever you teach people when they're young and expose them to is often what they're going to like or gravitate towards, or right. So that's disingenuous. Okay, you show them a lot of sports, they might want to be an athlete. You play chess, the Polgar experiment, they become grandmaster chess players. Like, so that's disingenuous. So because society on average just agrees or decides to value something and expose it to people when they're young, now that becomes generally accepted. But that's a construct. You could do that with anything, as we've seen throughout history, right? Various things can seem normal and accepted, but that doesn't even mean they're good or bad. It just means they're not absolute, exclusive to everything else, the way they're kind of forced on people. But the thing is that one of the things I want you to understand is the fact that I shouldn't get a spot like this just with cars. I should have a better angle, but whatever. The thing that I want you to understand is the fact that, again, that's a tough thing, but it's true. Again, the over-sexualization of women, like from a natural standpoint, it's because women naturally, you could say, are more attracted than men, in the sense that they have certain body parts that are protruding and more noteworthy, whatever the case may be, that is focused on more, right? So we take that natural perspective, and then society sexualizes women based on that. You could say, that's just a natural reaction, but it's one thing, okay, but again, that's still a choice of society to look at people on that basis and to define them by it. And women's choice too, right? There's a lot of playing into it that's done. But again, they're groomed from a young age to value that. And so it's a disturbing undertone, is like, why are women known for their appearances and associated with a lot of things to do with that vanity and superficiality? It's because when they grow up, that's one of the things that society defines them by, and they're very hyper-sexualized. And so that's the only reason why, even at a young age, we're being groomed towards that, right? Otherwise, why not focus on that at all? Or you can if you want, but I'm saying, okay, so young girls play with chessboards, and young girls play with sports, and they do to some extent. I'm not saying it's only that, but that whole stereotype exists. For what other reason than playing into the grooming towards sexualization when they're older, because that's how society treats women. That's why they're associated with appearances and dress up and makeup, and that is a very tough thing, but whatever. All right, so now let me get to the 5 points that I was going to talk about, and I already probably forgot some of them, but I could go back and look for them, but it's no accident where you are in life, right? Like what you end up doing. Then number 2 was like the long form versus the initial. Number 5 I had just said is like the preconceived privilege projection fallacy. And then numbers 3 and 4 are let me try to remember here. Damn. I need like some sort of backlog, like I say, that keeps track of what I was just saying. Like, I don't use scripts or anything, but that would be good as like just to refer back to what I was just saying. Damn, let me see if I can find that, I guess. I'll never be able to. There's like a monopoly point that I was going to make. How monopolies control you. And it's like one other point. Well, let me do these and then I'll see if I can find it in the stream later. So, every day to do it, right? And if you truly applied yourself and you were willing to study 12 hours a day, etc., it shows you don't truly value it as much as you think you do. You might want the result of it, you might want the money, right? Just like you might want sex or certain intimacy from someone, but you don't want the all overextended relationship and everything that goes along with it. And so it's a situation where, right, you think you want it, but you really don't. Maybe you're at peace with something less. Maybe you're content with something else. But there's a zero-sum assumption and projection of as far as what your incentive is, assuming intent is a great way to control people, right? And you project it and outwardly insist it. There's no nuance. There's no free will, right? That's kind of how people treat it. So like you assume they want as much money as possible or something else, when really money is just a zero-sum thing, just to sustain the existence, just to remove the needs that you don't choose, right? Reaction relief. What if you're happy being a minimalist? What if you're happy, again, being some farmer upstate instead of, some big tycoon in New York City? Maybe you prefer that. Maybe you choose that. Part of that is, okay, your upbringing, but part of that is also just, part of that is also a choice. Like maybe it's not possible according to consumerism, capitalist society, that somebody could choose a minimalist life and they're happier with that, right? It'll be framed in a negative way, like they lack the, like even somebody who's homeless, let's look at that directly. Somebody who's homeless, they lack the ability to do something. But it's kind of like maybe they lack the will to do it, maybe they don't want to do it, maybe they prefer something else. Like, so again, even in a minimalist sense, maybe you're happy doing that, right? Somebody could be happy sleeping on the ground in the woods, in the jungle, away from society, or being Amish, or being a minimalist. It's not that, that's how it would be framed, right? They lack the ability to do something in society, not that they choose something different, right? Inability to do a false absolute, not that it's not absolute. That's the way that the mass collective of indoctrinated people cope with their controlled state. Is like, again, they're somebody who's a minimalist or doing their own thing isn't telling you what to do. They're not outwardly infringing and controlling your whole life and overextending their monopolistic society, etc., onto everything. But you would be, or your society is doing that, and you kind of play dumb and act like, that's just the default false absolute, but it never is, right? World War II Germany's way of life seemed like the absolute default, or China right now seems like the absolute default. So like wherever you are, you'll treat it like the absolute and the default, but it's always outward. You're always actively self-creating something, and in this case, unqualified empirical authority, monopoly over nature itself, etc. So the thing that you have to understand is that the first point is that it'll be framed that you lack the ability to do this absolute thing, not that it isn't absolute, not that you could choose something different, not that anything else could possibly exist, not that anybody else could prefer something different, not that there could be anything wrong or lacking or questionable or inconsistent with that current state. So it wouldn't even be like an anti-position. It'd be just neutrality. Okay, you accept the fact that society is outwardly insisting, monopolizing nature, etc., but then you simply decide and choose to do something else. So again, you're not infringing upon them, but and to be free of them, you have to even maybe take a minimalist position, so you're still being defined by them in reaction, but they would outwardly insist upon you that like, you're doing something different, because they have to cope with their own cognitive dissonance of their controlled state. So what that means basically is that this uniform, unnatural state that is controlled and contrived and created by indoctrination, that state is uniformity that is very unnatural. And so it doesn't mean there's anything even wrong with that state, but for everybody to do it mindlessly, uniformly like that wouldn't really happen naturally. It happens by force, happens by bypassing critical thinking, things like that. And so what it does is it teaches you that they're coping with their own cognitive dissonance of being in that very heavily controlled state. So anything else they see has to be bad, has to be condemned, has to be attacked. So even if, it's some celebrity doing the same thing that they're doing to a greater degree with greater freedom, no, it's not that you want a different supermodel to sleep with every day. You don't want that. That's bad. That's immoral. You want to be stuck with your one wife, boring, same thing every day, limited, struggle with that, conflict with it, cognitive dissonance with it. That's what you want. So again, it's not the celebrity telling you to do that. They could care less. They want more for themselves, let's say. But just by observing that, you have to condemn it, not because really there's anything bad with it. It's just not available to the collective mass of people because they lack the means to do it, they lack the resources to do it. So you cope with that by saying like, no. Now you appeal to the ego and gratification and say, no, this is a false absolute, it's love, it's meant to be. That's nothing more than a coping mechanism and a way to control people. False absolute to value or to specify, like I've talked about a million times. So what that means is basically you're going to you try to do that to kid yourself, to trick yourself. So again, the celebrity doing that is just minding their own business. It's all assuming it's all consensual, it's all whatever, but they're just having fun, living their best life, sleeping around, indulging. you would condemn those things only because you don't have access to them. If you did, then you might want to do the same thing, right? And you end up doing the same thing again at a lesser state. Oh, you're gonna sleep with one person instead of sleeping with all these, and you again try to attach some special value to it just so you can specify and control it and be controlled by it, right? Like, oh, it's love, it's meant to be, it's absolute. That's fine, but that's nothing more than a psychological coping mechanism that's not really accountable or based on anything. It's just like, okay, there's a false absolute that everybody has. So if everybody, that applies to everybody. So if it applies to everybody, then it's not really absolute. And also, it's inconsistent. It's not accountable, right? Like, oh, you broke up, but then it's not absolute. So you just haven't found the right one yet. But you'll still use the same words, like, oh, I love you. You love that person. So at what point does your credibility get shot? And it's inconsistent, and you're specifying the stimuli acme. And again, it's a choice to do that. You can create any sort of contrivance. It's like playing fantasy. People can imagine anything. That doesn't mean it's actually absolute or based on anything. And the fact that it's such a struggle would indicate it's not. But not only that, when you talk about specifying the stimuli acme, it's like you're doing it really in service of society. That's why marriage is a construct, things like that. You might think you desire it, but it's kind of like you have to censor reality. You can't be friends with people of the same gender, or you have to do all these things that are like, yes, if you take all those prerequisites, sure, it could seem to be absolute or valuable, but that doesn't mean it's really credible, right? It's just, it happens to be it's the way that people can believe religions. Yes, if you don't question it, and if you're indoctrinated into it from a young age, and if you follow these rituals and these traditions and these prerequisites, then yes, it can seem to be valid, and people can believe in Greek gods or pagan gods or any gods. It's the same thing. Yes, you can believe in love and this and that. If you don't think about it, if you bypass it, if you're constantly socially engineered through the media, through whatever social contrivance, then it can appear to be absolute. But right, if you don't hold it accountable, censor reality, constant ritualistic tendencies, almost remind yourself. So if you have all these qualifiers, yes, it can appear to be absolute, but the fact that those are necessary would imply that it's not, would indicate that it's not. And then the other part of it is the fact that, getting back to the original point, is just when you look at specifying something like that, right, like the minimalist who's choosing something else or something different. So it would be condemned on both levels. Like the celebrity who's sleeping with a different person every day, the mass collective controlled people have to pretend, oh no, we don't really want that. We don't want to sleep with a different supermodel every day. We want to be stuck with our one wife and struggle with that and conflict with that and fights and stuff. That's what we really want. That's a form of social engineering and gratification because, well, you can't just acknowledge, no, maybe you would want that, you just don't have the means and resources and opportunity to do it. So you're coping with the cognitive dissonance and you're saying, oh no, it's love, it's meant to be, so you appeal to your gratification to create a false absolute out of this. The other way to look at that is the origin point fallacy. The fact that if you look at how it originated, oh, it's absolute and it's love and it's meant to be this one soulmate, right? But it originated by, oh, we happened to meet in school because we lived in the same geographical area, or we happened to work at the same job. That's not a disqualifier to say it's bad or you shouldn't be with the person. It's a disqualifier to say it isn't absolute in terms of like exclusive to everybody else. So in other words, you didn't meet everybody on the planet who could have been potentially a possible mate, or you didn't, have that sort of credibility. So you're saying, oh, you lived in this area, you were born in this area, somebody went to the same school, they live in the same 20-mile geographical radius, and then you end up together. That indicates it's not absolute. Like, oh, so if you lived in a different area, you would have just ended up with somebody else, right? So it shows you the arbitrary nature of it, right? That it's anything but absolute, but you treat it that way, again, to gratify yourself, cope with the cognitive dissonance of it. So that's one aspect of it. And then the way that it would be condemned on the other side is minimalism, like, so again, the celebrity or the exuberance, the absolutist example would be condemned on a moral level, like, oh, it's wrong to do the same process that you're doing at half-mast, to do it fully and freely, right? That's the one coping mechanism. The other one is the minimalist, like, oh, somebody's sleeping on the ground in the woods and they're completely at peace with that, and they're, or you could be Amish, or you could be picking berries, or you could be living like a lower kind of less possessive, less materialistic lifestyle, right? That also has to be condemned, right, to cope with your kind of capitalist, consumerist society. That has to be condemned. They lack the ability, you see. It's the emperor has no clothes fallacy. It's the false duality. Like, it's not that it's their fault for not adhering to the absolute, Like, they just lack the ability to do it. They don't know any better, right? They're just uncivilized. Not that they could possibly choose that or desire that or prefer that. So, for example, no, maybe they're perfectly content doing that. And they're not telling you what to do, but you feel insecure and you have to outwardly insist because your state is so contrived and unnatural and not even bad necessarily. You can do anything, right? But it's uniformly kind of forced upon a mass of people that wouldn't happen on its own, right? There's no such outcome. I could do like a psychological experiment like that, where like, if you didn't indoctrinate, I mean, it's kind of basic common sense, but if you didn't indoctrinate people in a society uniformly, there's no way it would lead to that outcome, right? Everybody wouldn't do this uniform exact thing, lifestyle that we have in modern society, right? There'd be variance. So it doesn't mean that one is better than the other or worse. It just means this uniform nature of hundreds of millions of people living in generally the same way, that wouldn't happen. So that has to be forced and achieved by some other means, like bypassing their critical thinking when they're young, using means validation, kind of holding over their head like, oh, we'll starve you out, kind of punish you if you don't. It's kind of conditioning, like we train animals. So without those kind of things that could apply to anything, again, it could work in World War II Germany. It could work in China right now to kind of indoctrinate, control people. So without those kind of methods, which are not exactly very credible, it would not lead to a uniform state. So that's the interesting thing. No claim is actually being made by that observation. It's more like, right, it's not saying, oh, you should be a minimalist or you should live in modern society or anything. It's just you're observing that every state like that is arbitrary and it's only uniform by some other means of, again, some machination process or empirical basis that, yes, if you indoctrinate a mass of people a certain way, they will behave a certain way. That doesn't make that way better or right or anything, right? It just happens to be often defined by technology of that era, right? Both controlled by that technology, like your lifestyle is defined by, but also kind of overcompensated by the same way. So, but yeah, getting back to the minimalist point, again, it would be the minimalist, the homeless person, the Amish person, the person sleeping on the ground in the woods or picking berries or something like that. That has to be condemned and attacked because that's too free and society can't allow freedom that way. Or even more to the point, it'll be framed, again, they lack the ability to do it, to live in modern society. Not that modern society isn't absolute and somebody could possibly choose something different. Again, doesn't mean it's better, just different. Just there are other lifestyles besides this exact one that you are happen to be doing. There's tribes, there's other countries live in different ways, right? But you can't look outside of your own way and see, oh, it's not absolute. Because if the average person did see it that way, then what would happen? Then there'd be more variance and you have cognitive dissonance with this uniform state that is not naturally occurring. So, right, so you attack them, again, just, there's a certain like imagery and storytelling I could use to demonstrate this, but the people, again, living in a society that they have all this technology, all these resources, they support corporations that monopolize and ravage the entire nature, all resources everywhere. They look down their noses at the random person sleeping in the bushes, in the woods, on the ground, right, in the forest, and it's not enough to kind of have created that situation in the first place, like where, okay, you monopolize all of nature and society, and then that person finds freedom in the only place they can. Okay, they go out in nature in the woods where you won't bother them. And even then, you're so insecure about your unnatural contrivance state that you're living in that now you have to look down your nose and say, oh, they lack the ability to live in this contrivance state. Right, not that they could possibly choose or prefer or desire anything different. So the point of that discussion, though, is the state that a person ends up in or is in after a certain point in life, I guess, it's not an accident, right? It's like, oh, this person went bankrupt or this person, it's kind of a little hard to demonstrate, but like, it's about more than just the zero-sum process that's presented. So it's like, oh, this person is in this industry. Oh, they're doing it to make money, of course, right? But you could say everything everybody does in part is to make money. Why specifically did they choose that field in that industry, right? There must be some, oh, they're in restaurants because they really like food. Or they're in, and not saying there's anything good or bad with it. It's just, there's more to it than just, okay, they just want money. Or, oh, they just want sex or something. There must be something else, right, that defines you. So it's not an accident, right? So it's not a zero-sum process where everybody's just, oh, we're just trying to make as much money as possible, right? That's not how people are, even if they believe that themselves, or even if they think that. There's other priorities at work. Oh, they wanted a party, they wanted to go out, they wanted to do this and that, and that's what defined their outcome. Instead of, oh, they wanted money, so they studied 12 hours a day and they worked super hard, and you could do that if you wanted, but then it makes you question, like, well, then what's the point of it, right? It's just a zero-sum process. Everything in life is reaction and relief to zero-sum non-choice needs that you have, like the need to eat, the need to drink, whatever. So it's like, maybe you're content with less, right? Maybe it's possible, even though modern society really doesn't like considering this notion, maybe it's possible to be happy with that state. And even that'll be framed, again, in false duality. Oh, they must be trying to be a contrarian or try to, really show something up. But what if that's just naturally what they choose and come to on their own, right? Like, it's this inability to think for yourself that is assumed. Like, again, defined by non is what I call it. This is how you know you're in a controlled, contrived state. When somebody is defined not by what they do outwardly, actively, but by what they don't do. So if you don't go along with modern society or social norms, you're defined by simply not doing them, rather than doing any of the other things you could possibly do in life, any of the other lifestyles, any minimalist, Amish, tribal, etc., right? You're not defined by what you're doing, what you're choosing to do, that anybody could do, that people have done throughout history, that certain people do around the world, right? Whatever it is you choose. You're not defined by your own actions, right? Because you don't have free will, apparently. But you're defined by your lack of acquiescence to a collective, contrivance, overextended state, contrived state. Like, that, oh, here's how you differ from society and its expectations that it's forcing on you, and that a mindless mass collective people go along with blindly. So it's not criticizing the state that mass is in, it's that they mindlessly go along with it uniformly in a way that isn't, it's not even what you would observe or say that they would do or should do. You know that they wouldn't do it themselves if they simply thought about it, right? That's the real issue. It doesn't matter. Okay, they would live a different lifestyle, and that doesn't affect or benefit you in any way, right? You don't know what that lifestyle even would be. They would decide it for themselves, right? What I call self-actualizing from an inherent base state. But the problem is that it's like they have to censor reality. They have to not think. They have to have constant distractions and overcompensations. They have to be indoctrinated. They have to be socially engineered. They have to, have all this contrivance and, all these unnatural things that sort of bypass critical thinking, and where they actively don't think and hate thought and undermine it, right? And only under that circumstance, now they'll go along with mindlessly whatever's presented to them. So that's the issue with it, is like, if they just fully thought about it, kind of like what I'm doing now, objectively observing it, then it's unlikely they would go along with it so blindly, right? So it's not criticizing the exact specific state that they're in, right? Which varies throughout history, which varies throughout country to country. That's not the issue, right? It could be whatever. You could say subjectively, the United States right now is at least better than a lot of countries historically, or wherever you want to point to. But that's not the point, right? It could be the best situation, worst situation. It's your own subjective standard even, but it's about something more, that the manner in which it's arrived at is kind of bypassing critical thinking. It's unnatural indoctrination in youth before you can think for yourself. But it's more than that. It's also a state that's arrived at in such a manner that people actively don't think about it, can't fully objectively observe it. But not only can they not do that, they actively have to do things that reinforce it. Like, again, overcompensations in society. They have distractions, they have entertainment, they have escapism, they have drugs, and they have to drink liquor, alcohol, dumb themselves down. They need social contrivance as a constant reinforcement, as a buffer. That's why neutrality is seen as a negative in a contrivance state. If you're quiet and you keep to yourself and you don't socially interact and you don't socially reinforce, that's somehow framed as a negative. You're not doing anything negative. You're just neutral. You're just aware of the nature of the process. You're tolerating it. You're doing it, going along with it, but you're not treating it as absolute or adequate or actively overcompensating for it. So what that means is that basically you treat it for what it is, an artificial contrived state, just like everything else, every other society in human history. Not a bad thing, just not absolute, exclusive to everything else, and unqualified empirical basis, right, to outwardly insist. But the thing, that's kind of how history is written, right? Or society is made. It's about bypassing consent of people it's about force, right? The origin point is force. You could say that with any country. And again, it's not to condemn a specific one, but how did this country come to be? A bunch of people came over and killed a bunch of people and took over their land. And okay, that's how history is written in blood. That's what it is. But it just shows you it's not really based on anything, right? So, now if somebody else came over and killed a bunch of people, they would be validated, right, by the same basis. And then their descendants could squabble over little things and act all morally gratified in retrospect. But that's the point. It's not based on anything. A bunch of people come over and kill a bunch of people, and that's the origin of your society, whatever that society might be. And that's what it's rooted in. So you realize, everything after that is arbitrary, right? There's no real special credibility or meaning or value to that. And so one aspect of that is also the fact that, so if you practice the same process, do what I say, not what I do is kind of how it works, right? If you were to do the same thing now, you would say, that's bad, that's violent, that's horrible. But the society you live in would not exist if that wasn't done in the first place. It was this monopoly over stuff like that by force. Every society is formed by force, but now you can't do it. Now it would be bad. So they could do it. They could do it to get in power, but you can't do it. So it's not a question whether the process is bad or not. It's still the defining process at work. And then the other aspect of that was that, the way that society kind of bypasses your consent. It's already established, it's already a certain way, and that way is treated as absolute. And if you question it, you're the issue. If you point out its inconsistencies by the same pretenses it uses to control you, it'll claim to value something. We're doing this in the name of the collective mass of people. But if you truly value the collective mass of people, like amalgam theory, which I'm not going to explain again, but whatever, I have a whole episode on it, where you value people truly and fully, that's bad. So this is the way that absolutist invalidates the contrivance state or exposes it. It's not by ignoring what the contrivance state says, but it's by taking it really fully seriously. So you'll really pay attention, right? This is a good example in youth of an absolutist tendency. In school or something, okay, fine, you'll take it super seriously. You'll take everything super seriously. You might seem like a stickler or a nerd, right? But you'll do it so much that now you'll invalidate the process. It's you realize if you do it too well, now that's a threat. Now the school feels threatened or their authority feels threatened. So you realize, it's not really about full efficiency or doing something completely. It's about secondary incentives too that come first, even it's about, we care about the school itself first. We care about the government. We care about, there's other incentives. It's not purely about zero-sum efficiency, but it's used as a pretense. It's we got to pretend like we value this to get our own authority and get our budget and get, certain things for our established structure. And then we'll say, education is the basis. But by that same token that you're using education or whatever standard as the basis, what if it's done better then? Then it would invalidate you and validate them, right? So it's a monopoly over means to be able to do it in the first place that seems to validate it. But you would basically never be at peace with it, is the point. You'd always be holding accountable the contrivance state. It's always unqualified, right? Versus religion that just treats everything as an absolute and then is questioned in reverse. You would have to question what's established. So you're questioning modern society, or you're questioning this standard or this structure. That's the initial mind that just goes along with anything, and that explains human history. But the absolutist objective value here would be everything is conditional, everything is based on something, and so it could be held accountable, and the ultimate goal potentially could be to remove the need for it, right? Self-governance is the idea. So society is based on such and such reason, right? We have laws because we want to prevent people from killing each other. So the enlightened goal could be, we want to get people mentally to a state where they wouldn't kill each other on their own. Then we don't need laws anymore, right? Assuming that premise. That one's a little bit more loaded, but let's look at it more broadly. The goal is to reach some zero-sum end. So if you reach that, then you would stop, right? It's sort of the process that would invalidate itself. If doctors really cured every disease, then they wouldn't be needed anymore, right? That's kind of the mindset, right? You remove the need for it in the first place instead of insisting upon itself, taking pride in it, gratification. You're trying to minimize it and say, it's the king that would want to dethrone themselves, right? We want to create such a good society that we no longer need the king, or we want to create, again, such a sound process that we remove the need for it in the first place, right? Rather than, again, treating it as though it's absolute. No, it's conditional. It's like, okay, the reason why we're restricting you or controlling you or limiting your potential in this way is because of this reason, right? It's for some functional basis. So then you'd look at that and say, okay, what if we can do that functional basis better? Then your pretense is invalid, your structure is invalid. Or what if we can do that same process without needing that restriction? Like, okay, we just won't do it on our own anyway. So it's like you're treated guilty until proven innocent to a degree, right? You're controlled by your potential or projections. Like, you haven't done anything wrong, but you're still subject to a lot of restrictions as if you would do something wrong, as if you could do something wrong, right? So based on a collective mass of people, like a false flag kind of a thing almost. One person does something wrong, and then that's used as a basis to control everybody else. So you're guilty until proven innocent. That's the way society actually works, right? You have to go through all these checkpoints and all these, qualifiers. Like, you haven't done anything wrong, but you're still subject to that. And so that's partly used in a subversive way. Like, if the more people there are, the more basis for that there is, right? Then the potential wrong of a collective mass of people is used to control everybody in it, which basically what you're acknowledging then is that people are bad, or people are flawed in a certain way that like on one hand, society will try to glorify people, like, oh, trust your neighbor and their nature is good, and positive, propaganda about people. On the flip side, the whole basis of why you're restricted in society is that you assume that they're not good. So make up your mind, right? This is how the absolutists would say it, right? Okay, people are good, so then stop restricting me. Okay, then I should be fully free in every way, and I shouldn't need any permits or license, or I can just do whatever I want without restriction. Right, assuming that people are good, then, okay, they are good. So we don't need all these laws, all these restrictions, all this overextension. And if they're not good, then you should be wary of them and, treat them for what they are, because we're assuming, right? So it's this weird middle ground where people, the way that society is structured would indicate a negative view of people, but then the actions that people take would indicate a positive view. So they're not consistent with each other, so you have to make up your mind. Or again, it turns into what I call the contest of contrivance. Who can create the best appearance, or who can seemingly subvert the human nature best? Like, we try to compete over how we present ourselves in a curated reality, when the nature is the same. So it's kind of like, a false absolute pretense is posed to control things, and then the inherent reality is still the defining factor. So it's like, these two, like, okay, I'll use the stimuli acme basis as an example. Like, you go up to a person and you just proposition sex directly. Like, hey, I want to have sex. And, that's negative, that's horrible. This person only cares about sex. Then another person comes up and, they're rizzing them up, and they have game, and they're whatever you want to call it. And in the end, that's still the defining factor. So it's like, you're controlled by the same process, but one of them uses a pretense of something else to achieve the same end, versus the other one doesn't. So the one being direct or honest about it is bad. The one deceiving you and going through an overextension is good, right? Again, this shows you like the lack of consent in society. That people want to be controlled, but they don't want to be aware that they're being controlled, even if the process behind it is the same in both cases. And so, again, getting back to that larger point is that I want to go in here and see if they have crispy crunchy chicken actually, or I'll get something too, just some basic grocery. But I'll let the stream run, I guess. That's the coolest thing about the Starlink is I don't have to, I have it in my battery, so I don't have to. The car doesn't have to be running at all, right, for it to work. But yeah, I want to do a long stream like this and go through some of these topics. So let me try to remember. I'll get a headphone too for my phone, so I can go back and listen to that one part and try to find my list. So that was topic number 1. You don't end up where you are by accident. And so one of the points with that is basically that the minimalist idea is as follows, that It's not that somebody could choose to be a minimalist or to do anything of the very, like think about the framing of it, right? I'll leave you with this and I'll take a minute. But it's not that somebody could choose any of the various different things, lifestyles, anything else in existence than the one that you're living in society in the kind of uniform forced way that you're living. Nobody could choose anything else, possibly. Nobody could prefer that. Nobody could have different perspective, right? But so yours is absolute, and it's the only thing, and you insist upon it, right? Nothing else could possibly exist. No other lifestyle, no other preference. It must only be a result of, oh, they just don't know any better. Oh, they just lack the ability, right? Nothing else can exist. So that shows you sort of the closed-minded nature of a contrived state. So yeah, I'll be quick. I'll just go grab something, but let me try to make a note of what the topics were that I was talking about, right? Because I'm going in great detail and depth here, but let me think. So there were four more. So we had the long form versus the initial, and so in that I was going to highlight, for example, I need like a little notebook or something, and I'll prop it up in front, so, or like some overlay that I like. For example, the Hearthstone overlay is probably still there, and I keep forgetting to. Or no, that might only be on the screen. I don't know. No, in fact, it's not there because I would see it on my stream when I'm watching. Long form versus the initial, right, and then the preconceived privilege projection, and then the one thing that I forgot, and then one thing, the monopoly, right, appeal. Okay, so that's the one thing I can't remember, unfortunately, what exactly it was. It might have just been like the defined by non aspect that I already discussed a little bit. Like how you're, again, that's how you can identify being in a contrived state. You're defined by what you don't do rather than what you do. So you're expected and pressured and socially engineered or forced, whatever, to do something, to do certain things, or to not do certain things, and then that you're inherently capable of doing. And then you're defined by that. Like, oh, this person isn't doing this thing that's uniform and compulsory. So that means, again, not whether it's good or bad or not, it just means that's a forced, compelled state that isn't inherent, right? Like, you have to justify why you don't do it, why you're not doing it, rather than them having to justify doing it. It's just treated as a foregone conclusion. And again, it might be associated like, oh, but that's society and how it works, or like, but again, that assumes too much, like assuming that contrivance state is absolute, right, and unquestionable, rather than leaving something open for interpretation or something. So I will get that if they have it, actually, but I'm kind of baffled that Walmart would do a franchise like that. That is, it's a little obscure. It's like a very gas station kind of thing. It's very odd, but let me go here for a minute. Okay, so I got, they do have a chicken place in there, but it's something different and it's not even open. So that crispy crunchy chicken is not there. It didn't last, I guess, too long. But I got that little plate of lunch they have in there. IRL streamer tells you all the details. But no, it's a situation where I got a headphone so I can listen back maybe a little bit easier so it doesn't play on the stream then. But what we're gonna do here is go into some of those other topics. I was very detailed with that first one, so I kind of want that same style. So here's the thing. What we need is to remember that one topic, right? And I almost want something on the screen to, like, I don't know, I need some sort of overlay or better setup. There should be a way to do it in the middle of it. Like, okay, I want to put something on the screen that would, right, because I would have to do that. Okay, we have an itinerary of these topics, and the topic we're on right now is blank. So, like, I don't know how to do that. Right, just so people coming in could do it, or I could physically put something, but that seems kind of dumb. So I'll eat this, you'll get some ASMR mukbang, I guess, thing. And the one thing I'll discuss too is just, I'll try to listen back to my thing. It was like before I got here, I think, that I was listing them out, so there's just one topic that I can't remember. That is really annoying. Like, how do I do that on here? I want to add in the middle of a stream the overlay image of what I'm doing, right? There's like an edit button here, and there is an image there, but then I want it like in part, right? I don't want to block the whole screen, but because it's hard for people to, like, they'll join and then they don't know what I'm talking about, which even after seeing that, they might still not understand what I'm talking about. But so here, I'll just relax, I'll eat for a minute, and I'll do the thing here where I try to listen back to the older part of my stream. I don't like the 480 thing either, but there's nothing I can really do about it. Right, like it's just gonna be stuck in 480 now. So let me go back to, or no, now it is showing 720. So what, like it fluctuates during the middle of the stream? Like, I don't get it. Okay. Wait. Okay, we're watching the beginning of it here on like 2x speed, so let me just try to find that. I went through them and I kind of listed the topics I wanted to go through, but now I forgot, so. But no, it's weird. It wasn't doing that at the beginning. The 480 thing. Or here's like an interesting concept even as I'm doing this. Hold on. Before I even listen to that. Like, think about traditions, right? Oh, here we go again. I already did an episode on this, but I'll do it again. Like, okay. Traditions are arbitrary if you understood their origin. Most people don't understand their origin. If you did, you'd realize they are kind of arbitrary. So people go along with anything mindlessly, collectively, if it's just established, and anything could be established because it was at a time, maybe it was done by force, maybe it was done because of some fallacy that's antiquated that we now understand something better, right? But you'd go along with it anyway. And then the other thing is kind of like, false negative of non. Like, if you don't do all these modern overcompensations, whether it be machination process, technology, something like that zero-sum means, then, you'd have a negative opinion of a contrivance state. What you're really saying is that, it's negative on its own, undue, unqualified, subversive, requiring overcompensation, requiring active overcompensation through social contrivance, zero-sum means, machination process. So, if someone is, alone, or neutral, or non, or quiet, or, they're not doing anything outwardly negative, it's framed as negative because contrivance requires outward overcompensation. And so, right, but it's attached to the individual. It's your fault for not overcompensating for a flawed process, not that the process is flawed. Right, who can never criticize or have any inhibition about a lacking of a contrivance state. And so this is actually pretty good. Sometimes the chicken's a little too hard, but you got like mac and cheese and stuff. Again, why does it matter? Who cares? But or look at this as a perspective of basis of value, right? Here's the basic value of an absolutist: the finality, accountability. Like, pretend you were dying tomorrow or whatever. Everything you do is the last thing you do. You might think, you can't live like that or whatever, but you would place less emphasis then on things that don't matter, like your appearance. Would your appearance really matter if you were going to die? It doesn't have any impact on anything. In fact, it's subversive in the opposite way. Not only is it not useful or have any impact, it even only helps to uphold the illusion of a state. Right, like I say, the expression, this is one of my old school expressions from a short story of mine, like, that people live as if they're going to live forever. Your appearances wouldn't matter if you were about to die. A lot of vanity, superficial, cultish kind of things, social contrivance people do, wouldn't matter if you were going to die tomorrow. So that's why when people get older, they're going senile and their mind is breaking down. That could be part of it. Part of it is also, they realize they're going to die. So a lot of the things they did throughout their life that weren't really useful and didn't serve a purpose and just kept the illusion of some, again, longevity process, like as if they're going to live forever. Now they're faced with finality and now, like, we don't really care about those things anymore, because they don't matter, and they never really did matter, but we just didn't think about them at the time. So it's the accountability to finality that we're talking about. So let me listen back to the rest of this here. Kind of lagging a little bit as I'm watching it, but even on those long road trips, I didn't do a super long stream. So I think it was defined by reaction. Defined by reaction. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I found it. That's pretty easy. Okay, here we go. Or let me eat, but then I'll get to some of those later. I almost want to look that up. Like, how do you how to put text in Prism live stream, kind of. If I want to put like little notations or something of what I'm doing, use the text template source on desktop or the text widget in the mobile app's My Studio menu. Generally, this Prism thing works pretty well, but you do have to pay for it, or at least to the extent that I've been using it. Like some $6, $7 a month subscription, which is fine, but it doesn't feel like you should have to do that. And it's like OBS or other things didn't work as well. So the thing is that what people often lack is self-awareness, where they would have issue with something if somebody else does it or whatever, but because they do it, it's okay, or they're not aware of themselves actively. That's kind of the trick of the human perspective, right? If you hear your own voice, or what you say or what you do, it's negative, but in the right social collective framing, it's not. It's kind of like value from externality versus inherently. Look at the nature of the process inherently and then decide for yourself. But it's like an artificial process that requires constant framing or whatever. So I don't see any options here. I mean, okay, what if I turn off my camera? Then I can try to put it in the other way. Screen cannot be rotated once the thing is done, but what do I do then? It might be something you have to set up before you start the stream, which is kind of dumb, because what if I actively... It's a very simple thing that I'm trying to do. Like, just try to add something in the middle of it. Oh, here it is. Okay, you can like scroll off to the side. Okay, so you scroll at the top off to the side, and then... I could just add text here, okay. So let me... A flowing title. Okay, good. So how do I change it? Yeah, okay, beautiful. But I might want to move it somewhere else, like... Okay, here, I'll put lunch break. Right, and then we'll get into some of the other topics that I was talking about. Fuck. So can I like move it up or down is the question. Add that. New text source has been created. Now you can select it and it will be displayed. I don't understand exactly how to do this, but it's a little unclear, but okay, so I made one, and then what do I do? Lunch break. You maybe put it at the very top. And then we put my camera back on. This is pretty funny, actually. So yeah, you gotta learn how to do a shit like this. Camera on. So now you see at the top, okay, we're on a lunch break, but I'm still talking. Oh, that's awesome. So now we can go through our itinerary of shit that we want to do, right? The different list of stuff I can put there later. That is actually pretty good. It just makes it more viewer interactable. They'll come in and they'll be like, what the fuck am I watching? And then they'll see that and they'll still question what the fuck am I watching, but at least they'll know. Alright. But no, like I was saying, I wanted to do like a really long stream just to test everything. But even when I was doing those road trips, I still didn't do it that long. Like I would do it an hour by sessions. But what if I do it all day today? Or this thing would overheat or something would happen. So some of the other things I could do is I could try it in the vertical form again. And I could try it in the... Or that thing isn't even high enough though. See, I can't see the top of the screen. It's like in a weird spot. Or it should almost be, frankly, on the bottom, like where the dashboard is. So it's not in the way. Like, let me test that. Can I move it? Or no, now it's doing something else. But yeah, this is kind of a cool functionality, I guess. We put it on the bottom because there's nothing there anyway. It's just my dashboard. Right, which is sometimes an eyesore anyway. So now there, it's still not quite like, because then it doesn't feel like it's in the way of anything, like your view or whatever. Right, so now you watch it there, and then we can add like media or images and stuff. This is how sometimes I learn and iterate with stuff. Like I'll just do it over time. Like I would, okay, this is a good theory here. Like don't be paralyzed by perfection and trying to do everything just right. Just do it, get into it, and then over time you'll start to iterate. Oh, I made a mistake this one stream, and then I'll change something, and then I made another mistake this other stream, and then I'll keep changing and iterating as I go. That might seem like a bad idea, but it's kind of like, otherwise you'll try to get it perfect and you'll never get it perfect, and then you'll never even try or do it in the first place. But yeah, we'll do this, and I'll maybe switch my spot a little bit. I'll go and I'll switch around to a different location. But yeah, it's a situation where I don't know. Let me discuss like the false negative of neutrality. Like, oh, I value people starving halfway across the world as much as I value people in front of me, the human family, amalgam theory. But then people in front of me would take it as a negative. Right, so I can take this ticker and I'll change it and I'll make it like the topic that we're actually talking about. And again, it might still not make sense, but at least, you know, I don't have to explain exactly what I'm talking about. It's a pretty big meal, actually. They give a lot of chicken. This is my Easter meal. I kind of forgot even about that, but so yeah, I won't discuss anything too in-depth here, but just the fallacy of tradition. Kind of like everything you do, you're a mindless sheep, and then you require some sort of overcompensation. Or one of the great ways to describe it is like you're kind of controlled by your possessions or by your relations. Like, oh, you love your family even though you didn't choose them, and you're kind of whatever. That's a good example of base of value. The highest form of value is your family, and you love them, and it's something that you didn't even choose, right? And so by that logic, you could say it's the lowest form of value, because at least friends, sure, the nearness postulate. Again, this example of like being aware of the nature of the process would invalidate it to people, but they're not aware of it is the thing. But it's like, friends and sexual partners, you choose at least a little bit. But now you have to see the collective mass of people isn't very credible. And the reason why they're not credible is because they're always looking for reinforcement through externality, outward insistence kind of thing. They're not at peace with their own state, so they have to look outwardly. Right, and so the very example of what I do in these sessions is the whole point. Like, people don't do this. And if they did, they either wouldn't live exactly the same way, or they would at least question it and not be so. That's why the ego and indignant insistence is kind of like the placeholder of the victim of contrivance, that they kind of, it's kind of like you're addressing a symptom rather than disease kind of thing. Like, so people would be concerned with trying to overcompensate for the subversive contrivance state that they're in, that they didn't choose to be a part of. And if you don't overcompensate for it or reinforce it socially or something like that, you're the issue. Not that that's necessary, because they would have an issue with it otherwise. Like, they would have an issue with it, but you just resign yourself to it. And then now it becomes a matter of overcompensation and keeping up appearances. So you're really saying you would have an issue with it yourself if you thought about it. So the main thing with this is at least the audio should be much clearer than like when I'm driving, which I guess I don't mind it too much, like even when I listen back, but probably to people it would seem a little odd. My car is somewhat loud, although it could be worse. Like now there should be very little sound besides obviously the sound of me eating for right now, but no, I like the idea of doing a very long stream here. Like I wanted to try what it would be like. Really get into some in-depth topics. We can have these little breaks and segues. Like really, let's really try to do it. Maybe like the old days a little bit, debate format, like unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one myself, the Luke at me quote. It's like I may as well debate myself, because right, like people are, it's going to end up being better that way anyway. And that's the power of objectivity. You can consider something from two different perspectives or countless different perspectives, right? The mind is objective despite your physical state being subjective, and so that cognitive dissonance always bothers people. But that's kind of the solution to the normie, mass collective mindless sheep framing, is just make sure that you take the contrivance state that you're put in without your choice. You're indoctrinated in youth before you can think for yourself, bypass your critical thinking. Take that reactionary state that you didn't choose, and now try to cope with it and distract yourself and make yourself at peace with it, rather than actually thinking for yourself and deciding something for yourself, which you're basically not allowed to do. Right? That's the difference. Is like, so the coping and overcompensating for the subversive contrivance state is seen as a priority, but right, not the nature of the process being really addressed. That's the biggest fallacy right there that controls you in your life, right? Is the it's the false inherent contrivance response, as I call it. And what that means is like everything that's done is taken for granted. Like, okay, the indoctrination, et cetera, in youth. It's not about whether those are good or bad or whatever, but it's about like it's done without accountability. And then anything else you do is critically thought about. So again, if I was to try to introduce something to you, an idea, or like even as I'm talking about it, even as I'm objectively observing things that are contrived, that's seen as outward. It's outward to think about it. It's not outward to be subject to it in the first place, right? So certain things bypass that accountability and critical thinking, and the cognitive dissonance of the self is useful there, because it's like, if you force somebody into something when they're too young to think about it or control it, now when they're old enough to think about it, there'll be a part of them that you can use against them. Like, well, I was subject to it, so I couldn't be wrong, or I'm doing it now, so it couldn't be wrong. They don't want to think for themselves like, well, the only reason why I'm doing it is because I was forced or pressured to do it before I was old enough to think for myself or do anything. So you don't want to think that, oh, maybe question your own actions or state. And that's the real depressing thing about doing this, is that it's not even that, oh, I have to do it, or, oh, you would want credit for doing it. It's unfortunate that it has to be done, and more to the point that people wouldn't do it themselves. Right? That, like, that's the non-credible mass collective thing. It's not even about anything in particular. It's like people don't have any curiosity. They don't even want to think. They don't even want to be free. They're just happy little slaves indoctrinated by contrivance. That's basically what it is. So their concern is how much can we overcompensate for this conflict of contrivance, or they don't really think about it. But yeah, this might be a little bit too much chicken. Holy shit. It's not a bad value thing. It's like $6 for a little tray of food here. So yeah, let me finish this to the best of my ability, then I'll try to go and do some more topics here. I'll try to start using this ticker, because especially if the topics go on for a long time, that'd be kind of cool to have some sort of reference point for them. Right, so we'll do the long form postulate one. Yeah, this town seems a little kind of rural, I guess, suburban maybe more. Yeah, like nothing is open 24 hours anymore. That's one of the great changes of the COVID thing. Like you think about how many, let's say, was COVID a conspiracy and how did it benefit big corporations? Regardless of whether COVID was always done on purpose, think about all the things that changed and didn't go back, right? This is kind of false flag kind of thing. Something happens and then it's used as a pretense to increase security or control. And then it never comes back to you, right? That control never comes back. Oh, the threat is alleviated. No, now it just becomes a part of life. Whether COVID, you say, is a conspiracy or done on purpose or not, you had a lot of these self-checkouts integrated at a time where that wasn't common at all, right? And then it became sort of the standard, and it's still there. Or, you know, so it's a good way to get mindless masses to accept something that they otherwise might not accept. And then, like, what else was done? Like a lot of things are no longer 24 hours. And so, right, that ends up being a thing. Yeah, like let's look at the means foundation with that too. Like, if I had, it's never about the value of the ideas or whatever. It's like if you appeal to certain things, base instinct more. Right? It's like the expression. People would rather be fooled than right. It's easier to fool people than convince them they've been fooled. It's kind of like I could exploit and appeal to base instincts rather than trying to reveal them here and observe them, right? People would rather, just use them, or you lack the ability to control us with them. We want to be controlled by them. Or like, how would I switch? Like if I wanted to switch now to the screen capture. I don't know if it would let me. Like if I want to, now I want to play a card game or something. This ticker was pretty funny though. Switch from camera to screen capture, prism, live. Tap the live tab at the bottom. Swipe left or right on the screen. If you go right, it's widgets, it's media, my studio, widgets. I don't really see that as being relevant. If you go left, video only mode. I'm not really seeing where you get to do that. This will like switch the orientation, I guess, or wait, front 0.5 times 1. Wait, so you're telling me the base is 0.5? That doesn't make sense. Okay. But no, it's like the human function versus the human being discussion I have had before is like that term I used to describe. You can be defined by your thoughts rather than by your physical state, right? You can have some dissonance or difference between the two, basically. So the mass people who are human functions, it's like what you're doing is absolute because you're doing it. You won't question it, whatever the case may be. So it's just like the problem with that premise too. I can respect it. Like, well, you're already doing it, so it must be right, and you wouldn't question it. There's only one problem: is that did you choose to do it in the first place, right? Or is it a result of, again, indoctrination when you're young, too young to think for yourself, preconceived notions that originate then? Right, whether it be positive or negative things. So it's not even like some open-mindedness thing like, oh, don't be prejudiced or think about stuff like that. It's more like just whatever it is that you like or that you think you like is that, oh, you just like that because you were exposed to it when you were young. Again, exclusive to everything else. So are you really assessing and choosing things for yourself, or are you just like, okay, you're going along with whatever you were exposed to when you were younger, as though it's absolute. And the point is, it's arbitrary. There's no standard behind it. It's like, oh, this person likes this thing because they were exposed to it when they were younger. Or this person, so again, it's not to say any of that is negative, but it's like, would you really take it that seriously or insist upon it, or you realize, oh, you only like that because you were exposed to it when you were younger, or they only do this because they, whatever. It's just a result of that arbitrary nature. So if they hadn't been exposed to it, they wouldn't like it. So it makes you question that, and it makes you realize the lack of credibility because it's interchangeable. So now you probably would think through that again and realize, okay, maybe I will neutralize that influence a little bit and then decide for yourself, instead of just insisting upon it as though it's absolute. Right, like you would kind of critically think about it or question it a little bit. These lanes are like not meant for two people. But no, that we were lied to on Google, even though it's an old picture, the crispy, crunchy thing. But clearly the setup for it was used now as the baseline for this. And I wasn't even thinking about the Easter traffic that we probably ran into, but I didn't really notice it being too bad. But that maybe implies that this Walmart isn't that busy normally. Like, it seemed almost like normal, but because we're in this little bit of a suburban town, smaller town, we... Right. This seems like a normal day at some other ones, but for them it's a busy day, I guess. Okay, so we'll go somewhere out here and then we should, I gotta come up with different formats of like stuff that I show off, and then you gotta put it in a YouTube short because people have a low attention span. But that's one dumb thing about this. The entrance was like in the back by this car auto center. I didn't see like a clear, good entrance at the beginning. But no, like I'll show off every dead end in the United States. Like, this is a dead end. Okay, cool. Let me see it. I want to see it. Right, then I'll make a compilation. Every dead end in the U.S. See if there's anything interesting there. Or like do a challenge. How long can I sit in a dead end and discuss philosophy without somebody catching me? Like, you got to question. This is like a real life invisible wall. Why is this a dead end? What is here? What is the point of it? Why did they decide for here to be the dead end? Right. There's a bunch of the Walmart shopping carts here for some reason. I don't know, like, I just want to try to show off almost certain exotic type things like that. Just give me an excuse to do something different. Let me get somewhere else. We'll change the lunch break ticker, and then yeah, like everything is artificial and man-made, so like you take it with a grain of salt, basically. That'll be framed in false duality as a negative, right? If you are aware of everything, that's somehow a negative towards something. Like, oh, you value all people everywhere, like amalgam theory of the human family. That's bad because the people around you want special treatment, or right, not even based on like a hierarchy of value. Like that, who needs help more? This person's starving, I care about them. Like, just again, you don't have the means to impact it, but you still have the intention of value there. Or, that shows you like the self-actualizing element. You might not have the resources to do it, but you still care about that. You'll sacrifice 2 meals a day out of 3 to do that, right? Even no matter what. So it shows you it's just a pretense that's used to reinforce an exuberant state. Oh, we'll recycle 1 bottle, we'll do 1 thing. But, it's a situation where everything is artificial and man-made, so you take a grain of salt. And then, not only that, there's something that I said where, you gotta get like a good view when I'm gonna sit for long periods like that, which I'm probably gonna do. It's bad to idle in your car for too long, but then it feels odd to just shut the car off and do that. Like, let me look at this view. Like, I keep reading these things that idling in your car is like worse than driving because it messes up the oil or something. We'll get a look at the Ford place, which I don't really care about that, but no, what I'm saying is that basically you're in a position to value something that you didn't choose. But no, talking about the specified thing, like specifying something exclusive to everything else would mean that, like, specifying something exclusive to everything else, which means that, right, like it's outward to not uniformly value the specific thing, to be aware of everything else, anything else. Again, even if you're not like specifically aware of everything, you're aware like there is more than just this initial thing that I'm doing, and by the same process, it would be inconsistent to place any special value on it. You're aware of the nature of the process. A lot of these things would come off as like, oh, that's boring or something, but that like, or negative somehow. But it shows you the undue emphasis framing is like, that's just objective reality versus your specific framing or or need to place undue emphasis. So it shows you everything human perspective is selective, right? You're trying to selectively myopically frame something for your own benefit, or dependent over under pretense on a machination process. So not only do you not care about something else as a standard, you simply want to use it as a pretense and a prop. So that's my concept of separation. Like, separate the two things. Don't do it like where, oh, you're some big company and you say, oh, this money will go to charity. Separate the two. No, if you care about charity, you do it personally with the money that you make from the company on your own time. And if you don't associate the two, because then you're just using it to reinforce that. So the same thing on the social level, like, don't pretend like you value something because you obviously only use it as a pretense socially. If you really valued it, you would sacrifice, everything for it that you absolutely don't need. So it really is just a social hierarchy prop. Never mind the fact that the monopolized empirical basis that you support in your daily everyday life actively undermines that. Because you think about it, like, oh, there's homeless people around the world. You don't think that has something to do with the fact that you're living a higher exuberant lifestyle? And this isn't an attack on a specific country, but it's like, oh, look at you with all these luxuries and this technology and all, you get your nice TVs and shows, and you don't think all those things come at the cost of, oh, but all these people around the world don't have homes because those areas have been monopolized by big corporations that you support. Like, it's a pretty simple concept, but people play dumb, right? The middle class is the real villain. They play dumb and act like, oh no, we'll donate a little bit to charity, even though our entire society is the basis by which this inequity, this issue, and again, this monopoly over nature is perpetuated by big corporations and stuff. So there's no desire to remove the need of that. It's just like, so that's the whole irony, is like, the harder working you are in a contrivance state, the more greedy and possessive you are, and the more lazy you are, that you're doing it all for reaction, relief, overextension, kind of overcompensation for that, subversive state. So, the fallacy of like, oh, the minimalist being lazy or something, that maybe they're just not greedy or selfish or possessive. But yeah, let me switch this thing now to something else. We go here, we go here. So instead of lunch break, we'll put... This is basically the long form versus the initial. This was the next concept I had mentioned and I want to talk about. So it's going to be pretty relevant to even what I'm doing now, and you'll see why in a second. Long form versus... This will be cool to see in the VODs too, so it'll kind of sort it out. You can just kind of scroll through, right, and hover over, and you'll see like the different parts, instead of me even putting timestamps. Let me first of all okay, what was I saying? Let me first of all explain what they each are. So the long-form postulate is a concept of mine that's kind of the whole premise of my debate format in a way. Both that and objectivity, like being, again, not seeing things in a reactionary way to just reinforce your way of life, or an impure kind of biased way. They're like, oh, you're not really seeing the world or at reality for what it is. You're seeing it in a way that makes you comfortable with it, helps you cope with it, right, reactively, whatever, right? But the thing with that is the fact that, okay, so long form postulate is, again, if something is worth discussing or doing, it's worth doing in long form fully all the way, right? Instead of this dismissive, myopic framing, like, oh, we'll label something, we'll dismiss it, we'll look at it briefly. No, like, if it's worth doing, okay, discuss it fully in long form, kind of like what I'm doing now about various topics. Like, even if you grant the premise of something, right, you hold it fully accountable then. Like, okay, I would do that with religion, let's say, that, with religion where, like, okay, suppose it's absolute, but then I would question it like forever, because if it really is absolute, then any contradiction would invalidate it or worth at least questioning or considering. And so one thing let me discuss in terms of superficiality before I get to this, but I would kind of tie into the initial as kind of like, it's the same thing that you're observing. It's just one of them is long form would mean you're considering it fully, as much as possible, actively aware, whereas initial is like, you're looking at the superficial basis. So like, just what's presented to you, what's carefully curated, which would sort of invalidate the process, because like the fact that that's necessary, not only is that not inherent objective reality, it's kind of like the difference between animals and people. Animals don't do that a ton necessarily, like where they're presenting and trying to perform for each other, whereas people do. So it's like they'll present the objective reality more. People will actively create constructs and how they dress, and like, it's not you. Oh, your dress, your nails, your tattoos, the way you dress, whatever. Those things are not you. Like, they're anybody could wear that clothing, anybody could have those nails, anybody could do those things. So not only are they not indicative of you, they're kind of trying to hide your inherent reality self. Right, so why would you take things like that seriously, how people present or perform themselves? Because they're doing it actively in contrast to their inherent nature and reality to try to cover it up. So that's what society turns into, is like kind of like the inherent nature is as such, right? Certain tendencies that we have, inherent desires, suggested as I call them. But then we try to deny that nature, and then we kind of compete over, who can deny it the best, seemingly, and then we're defined by it anyway, we're controlled by it anyway, at half-mast, right? So like, oh no, we're not just, I'll use the stimuli acme as an example, we're not just horny, hedonistic animals who want to hump all the time and do all that, we're better than that. Meanwhile, in order to achieve that same end, we jump through so many hoops, and we spend so much time and effort and money and so much conflict and issues, and do all that just to achieve the same end. Just in that, because we obsess over it, we fixate over it, we base our whole lives around it, right? We split our finances and whatever down the middle. Then we turn it into like this form of worship and the whole marriage and all that, like. And really what you're in love with isn't the other person, it's your own inherent hedonistic desire, your own pleasure. And not only that, it's overextended, like, you love everything about them, but you realize that's foreplay, like, you love their eyes, but that's part of the same stimuli acme thing, or you love their holding their hand or something. You realize all that is still tying into the hedonistic stimuli acme basis. But not only that, but it's the obsession over it that ends up happening, and what's noteworthy about the individual is you would try to specify it to them, to kind of control that inherent tendency, right? Like, you pose it as a false absolute to specify it, right? And so it's a situation where that would be how you're controlled by it. But no, here's an interesting concept about somebody, like, this is a great way that through non or neutrality you get to reveal the nature of a contrivance state. Simply by being neutral and like sort of to the point, that's framed as a negative, because society is so secure and sure of itself and so absolute that it requires constant reinforcement through externality, constant social contrivance, reinforcement, right, etc. So it's so absolute and they're so at peace with themselves that they require constant social reinforcement for their supposed absolute state that they're at peace with, right? So they need to outwardly insist, they need to attack anything else, they need to have constant not, again, just neutrality towards it. They need active the false absolute, not that it isn't absolute, right? Inability to do the absolute, not that it's false absolute. So simply being aware of the nature of the process, or being neutral, right, reflects back onto the contrivance state its own nature, its own contrivance, its own projections. It has to do that because it's insecure about itself, or it's artificial and it requires constant reinforcement through externality, right, where it's not at peace with itself, it's not secure in itself, it's not absolute, but it'll pretend to be, but then it requires that buffer. So it's your fault for breaking the illusion of it, right, because it is absolute, it has to be absolute, but it just requires constant subjective reinforcement, framing, overcompensation. So yeah, it'll be framed, again, neutrality as the inability to do the absolute, not that it is an absolute, not that there could be a choice, not that there could be no need for it. If you were really at peace with a state, you wouldn't need that, right? You're at peace in nature, you're sleeping on the ground, you're picking berries, like, there's no need for social contrivance, reinforcement, overcompensation there. It's only a way to control you. You're on a deserted island and you're living by yourself, fending for yourself, right? There's nothing wrong with that necessarily, but it would be considered wrong, like, oh, that'll make you crazy, but that'll make you your inherent, true, objective self. You'll see reality more. You'll be more clear in your mind of how the world actually works. But oh no, you have to pretend it's something else to be indoctrinated in society and controlled in the subversive state through ultimately unqualified empirical authority in service of a contrivance. So structure, basically. So that is what it means, because it's all like this thing that you would take seriously, but requires active overcompensation. So you can invalidate it as simply as just by being neutral. Not that you have to attack it, not that you have to do anything. They'll project themselves, or they'll be forced to be selectively aware of the nature of the process, right? Because they're not normally self-aware or aware at all of anything. So it's like everything's absolute, and then anything that draws your attention to it is at fault, right? Shoot the messenger is their fault for not overcompensating for this thing that needs active reinforcement through externality. It's their fault that they didn't adequately overcompensate for it, right? So it's a good framing tool. So it's always the fault of the individual for not overcompensating for a flawed process, not that the process is actually flawed, right? That's the difference of it. So a lot of the framework of society you can look at is like, people are mindless, people are lazy, people are sheep, right? That's just the way that everything works, right? That's what, it can never be argued for quality, right? Even the way that people pump out children and the population we have, it shows you the basis of value is never there. Like, everything mass-produced suffers inequality for it, so it's never about quality, never about standard. Human beings are used as kind of currency that way, as a prop, as a tool to basically, right, like, oh, but don't you value people? Not amalgam theory, not where you sacrifice your way of life that actively hinders them, or give up 2 meals a day and your luxuries and your convenience and comfort for their survival or whatever. No, not that. That would be actually truth and reality and value. Don't you value people in a subversive collective way, where the more people there are, the more we inhibit you based on that pretense of potential wrong that they could do, or you're subject to the negative, preconception of the collective mass, or you have to kind of be subject and uniform in that way, in that corporate consumerist way, not in an amalgam theory way, right? So it's selectively applied for sure. And so yeah, let me get in this concept in a second here. And so this will be the long form versus the initial, and the thing is that basically, yeah, this was something that almost implies with the YouTube thing. Or let me just say it in like a more basic sense, like a preconceived notion, right? People, this is a non-basic self and how it's used to control you, right? People define value by no other basis than themselves, right? The non-basic self. So everything is valued through the lens of the self. So like things that you think you value are, oh, you were just exposed to them in your youth. And so because you were exposed to them in your youth, now you have preconceived notions about them. And so you value them based on that alone. Right? So if you're exposed to something else, you would value that. If you weren't exposed to what you were exposed to, you wouldn't value it. So it's not really based on anything. It's just based on your own preconceived notion with it. And so the way that you can control people that way is you kind of control what they're exposed to in the first place, and then they'll insist upon it and associate it with their identity. But then also beyond that, there's a situation where you're in a position to basically the false absolute default state that you actively create is not natural, and it's contrived, it's forced, it's empirical, it's corporate influence. Like there's a lot of things where you take it for default and granted and overcompensate, and you're controlled by your own selfishness that way. But getting back to the non-basic self, it's basically you'll insist upon it because you're exposed to it, and right, so like everything's preconceived. So like, oh, that's good because you've heard of it, but you've only heard of it because through the media or something. It's kind of like if everybody operated or thought that way, oh, I haven't heard of that, so therefore it's not good, then that means I haven't heard of that, therefore it's not good. If everybody thought that way, then nothing would ever be established because nobody would have ever heard of anything, right? They'd be the first to try it, and then, again, except maybe preconceived in youth, but then somebody still would have had to choose it. Like, so everything would be, oh, you've never heard of anything because nobody's ever done it before, and now you would have to choose something. So, again, everything would be negative. Like, oh, I've never heard of anything before. Heard about anything, so everybody just waits and nobody does anything. Right, so that preconceived basis is used to control you. It's kind of arbitrary, like you have or haven't heard of something, you're controlled by something, right? You're influenced by something. So you having selectively in your limited myopic framework, having heard of something or not heard of something, is used as a basis of value for it. Where something is more or less valuable based on whether you've heard of it or not, even though the means by which you've heard about it could be mainstream, corporate, collective controlled media, or it could be the aspect of, just some random collective arbitrary thing. Like you don't assess how or why you've heard of it. You just go with that alone. Like you have heard of it. So this is the thing. People shouldn't treat themselves as too credible because they end up being controlled by your own limited perception. Oh, it's not that it's some carefully curated, controlled media, etc. It's that, oh, it's you've just heard of it, so therefore it's valuable, or you haven't, therefore it's not. You don't value. So I have this expression that I came up with actually somewhat recently, a couple months ago. Like I can't remember exactly how I said it, but basically, you can't take at face value a process that is carefully curated, basically is the essence of it. So like the amount of thought put into a process versus the amount of thought that you put into it when you're assessing it, right, dictates how much you're controlled by it. So like you'll take everything at face value and you don't want to overthink it and whatever. So everything just is, and you just take it for what it is. But you don't realize, but how many millions of dollars do they spend on marketing and curating it in a certain way? So you can understand that, like, if they put that much thought into it and you don't put any thought into it when you look at it, you just take it at face value, then you're letting yourself be controlled by it. That could be true of the government, of media, etc. Right? So it's kind of like they put in a whole team of people and cynically try to create it in a certain way to create a certain reaction, etc. Whereas you just look at it and just take it at face value and don't think about it at all. So the amount of thought that it put into creating it versus the amount of thought you put into assessing it, right, are at odds. So you're leaving that space to basically be controlled by it. Because again, why would you take it at face value? You can take nature at face value, or you can take certain things even that influenced by people over time. But like, why would you take something at face value that's an artificial, carefully curated process? So on an initial level, it's treated like some social thing, like all these different, like throughout history. During slavery, you don't want to be mean and insult the fact that people have slaves. That wouldn't be nice to them, would it? Like, as if assuming that everything is always absolute and unquestionable. Like, maybe you should think about it a little deeper, like, no, maybe that's the real problem. Maybe we should be mean about it and unkind about the fact that this thing is going on that shouldn't be going on. So the modern day, like, monopoly over nature and stuff. Don't you want to be social and nice and kind of get along with everybody, even as we're ravaging the land, or even as we're, letting corporations monopolize everything? And so it's not nice to point out the contradictions or flaws or issue with the current contrivance that you're in. It's nice to just go along with it mindlessly and blindly. So you would have loved it in World War II Germany or China right now or whatever, right? Those two examples I use, but anything history. So it's social etiquette to just go along with whatever's in front of you. And it's bad to think about it or have any other perspective. So that's where a collective mass kind of insists upon itself that, the state is reactionary to what's already established, that wasn't chosen, right? That's preconceived, often indoctrinated in youth. So whatever's established is just right because it's established. And you're used to it. And then, the collective mass of people can't be wrong. And so then they take pride in it and comfort in it. But you don't realize the way it came to be is you're just kind of going along with it. You didn't really choose or create it yourself. I guess you actively do create it, reinforce it, but you're going in kind of with a preconceived framing, right? You're not looking at it objectively. You're kind of dependent on it. You're influenced by it, right? So it's kind of like, okay, you work your way through contrivance and then you decide to do something else. And you feel like, you owe it to contrivance, not that you were deferring to contrivance, you were inhibited by contrivance, you were influenced by contrivance. Right. So, no, I like this ticker thing, though. This is kind of cool. And it's in such a place that actually feels very appropriate because it's like not... it's like not really in the way of anything because that's just the dashboard anyway. Try to find like these neutral places to park, but this doesn't feel that good actually. So yeah, we've discussed some of this. Like, I'm using an example of the long form posture even right now as I'm doing these because I'm going into great depth about each one of these topics, which is the whole point of my thing, like my debate format of what I do. Should I get one of those charged lemonades from Panera Bread that somebody had a heart attack after having it? But basically the point with the long form versus the initial that I was originally trying to discuss here is that like doing short form content, like you should do shorts, like 30-second shorts on YouTube, so you're defined kind of by what other people value is the point. And what I mean by that is you could do like what I'm doing now, like long form live stream, or you can do long videos or something, but it doesn't matter what you do or what you value. As far as the reaction of others, you'll be defined by. So you could do like a 30-second short, and that'll get more views than, than anything, because people have short attention spans. So you're being defined by what appeals to other people, not by what I call myopic marginalization, not by what you actually value. So like you could just not care about other people, obviously, but that's kind of how you're defined. How value is defined by collective mass hierarchy kind of thing, is that you are defined by what other people value, not by what you actually do or choose or anything like that, or like what other people project even. So what that means is like, okay, other people project something. Like, okay, let me think how to explain this. Oh, this isn't too bad of a view, I guess. But it should be like further along. Okay, so here's the thing, okay? You're defined. Okay, so let's say I make a YouTube channel and I post 100 videos. And those 100 videos are all the same length, the same kind of format. They're all on vastly different subjects and topics, however. So episode 1 is about sex and sexuality and this and that. Episode 2 is about history and, you know, like they're all about vastly different topics that have nothing to do with each other. There's 100 standalone videos that are all basically the same effort put into them, same time, everything. And they're on vastly different subjects. But, the one video about sex and sex-related topics gets 1 million views, and all the other ones get basically none, 5 or 10 or 0. Right? So now it's like, you're that guy who made that one sex video, right? It's actually not even too inaccurate to this channel, where like I posted a whole bunch of random clips about stuff, and my number one clip that got like 7,000 views versus the other ones that got, most of them don't get very many, is to do with foot fetishes. So like, you know, again, you're the guy who made that sex related video or that foot fetish related video, even though I made countless other videos too, but that's the one that appeals to the mass collective of people apparently the most. And so you're being defined by what they value, the mass people value, not by what you value. So it really doesn't define you, it defines them. It says more about the observer than what is being observed, right? Again, you could have done those 100 videos, you put just as much effort and time and value into the other 99, but you're defined by, this is what appeals to a mass of people. And also projections happen on that basis too, like what people see in what you're doing versus what you're actually doing or why you're doing it is what'll be present. Like you could be doing something for some vastly different reason, but it doesn't matter, right? They'll see it as a certain way, and then that's just kind of how it is. So because they're not at peace with the process, or they're not aware of the nature of the process fully, they'll project it and define you by their own projection, whether it's valid or not, right? Or even whether it's specific to that. Like, okay, that could be like why it appeals to them might not be why you're doing it. So you do something for creative reasons, artistic reasons, various reasons, and then, it appeals to them because of stimuli, acme, or something else. So they'll assume that even if that's not your intent in doing it, right? Like if I'm doing like a food review of something and I'm trying to do existential philosophy in the process, it's like, they'll assume that, but you're like, which are you using for which? You're using the food review as a front to do existential philosophy, or you're using existential philosophy to do the front for food, or like even the projection of intent, like, you must be trying to get views by doing YouTube or whatever. But what if it's the opposite? Like I'm doing something that would be very not conducive to views, like these kind of topics, but I'm trying to do them in some way. Like, so it's not that I care about that, it's that, okay, I'll do it despite that, and it's about something else, about the actual standard or kind of what the value of what I'm doing, not so much the reaction to it. Right, so, but that's always assumed and used kind of as a basis to control you, that, you know, people assume your intent for you, even if that's not accurate, they'll just do it. So that's like the lack of credibility of a collective mass. But no, that's like the long form versus the initial. So you'd be better off posting YouTube shorts. And I could always like cut up these things and do that. Like, okay, the next 60 seconds, I'll cut up that part and make a short out of it. Right. And you'd be better off doing that. Use hashtags, use tags. Like, even if I find that kind of thing dumb, I should just do that and try it because, that's the way that this thing works. You got to appeal to the lowest common denominator, even if you're trying to expose that, or that's the problem. You would have to appeal to what controls an era in order to free that era, because that's all they respond to, right? So like the stimuli acme, if I was trying to free you of being a slave to the stimuli acme, what would I have to do? I couldn't condemn the stimuli acme because you're so possessed by it that you would say, oh no, you just lack the ability to do it yourself, or blah, blah, blah. Right? No, I'd have to appeal to it. Okay, I'll use the stimuli acme to expose it, but the problem is then people they'll take it at face value, right? There's a good way to display this, like in fiction. You're making a piece of fiction to try to demonstrate something so that people are aware of the nature of the process, and so they're no longer controlled by it. But instead, they'll be entertained by it, and it'll reinforce the state. Like, if you're making the Hunger Games, or if you're making the Truman Show or something, it's kind of the way that the characters, even in the Truman Show, react, right? They're not really taking a lesson out of it. They're just watching it as like an entertainment. Like, where's the TV guide? What's next on the thing? So they're not really learning the lesson from it. So it's the same thing. Like, let's say I make a movie to try to demonstrate the artifice of society and contrivance and how you're controlled. But people just take it as entertainment, and it reinforces their life in that contrivance state rather than revealing it and having them change it. Right? So you have to appeal to what they're controlled by, but then in doing that, you end up reinforcing it because they take it at face value. Like, this isn't a satire or some message analogy that makes us reveal that, even if that's your intention. They'll just take it like, look, that's the process. Right, they'll just take it for what it is. It's like, look at that sultry scene, and that, wow, what a sexy scene. Not that, they're trying to use that scene to demonstrate that you're a mindless sheep controlled by the stimuli acme, that very process. No, it's that you, again, you take the message of how you're controlled at face value, basically. Oh, man. Yeah, that's like the myopic marginalization idea, the shorts and whatnot, versus this. And then let me listen to a little bit of this. I became a little nasally here, stuffed up. I'm maybe not used to talking this long as much anymore, or maybe it's for some other reason, but what it is in 720p now. Or now it's not. I don't know what's happening. Maybe it just takes time for it to... No, but you should be able to watch it actively in 720. So it keeps like vacillating between... I don't know. Let's see how long that lunch break ticker went on. So I did like an hour's worth of content, and then I did... It's saying like 3 hours, 57 minutes, but... I don't know. Certain parts get cut off too. So we're doing long form versus initial. I think I'm almost done with that, where I'm ready to change it. Let me go on here. So the length of this kind of doesn't make sense because like I've only been going, according to this, for 2 hours and 38 minutes. But then when I look at this, it says... I don't get it. It says like minus 511. What does that mean, minus 511? How? I don't get it. So... the thing is that was basically the main point of the initial versus long form thing, was the fact that again, people will value something like that Right, so you're defined by what people value, not by what you value, or again, like what they project, or whatever their intent or incentive is. So what happens is, I feel bad for idling the car like this. It really shouldn't be that bad. Or they have like those new cars where like when you, or well, my car is somewhat new, but it doesn't have that feature, like where you brake, or maybe I turn it off because I find it annoying. You brake and then it'll shut off the engine, like at a stoplight, and then it'll come back on. And that seems like so stupid and unnecessary, but that could be because idling a car is so bad, I guess. But that should happen in situations like this. There should be an in-between where I can sort of shut off the engine, but just let it power certain things, right? That should be a feature almost that you have, where like it's not really on, such that it's bad for the engine to idle for a long time, but it's letting you charge something with your car's battery without draining it and stuff like that. I don't know, none of these lots really really do it for me here. Let me go like on this side, I guess. This should be like a busier day, like where it's Easter and all that. Yeah, look at this shitty view. I mean, I'm picking really the worst spots, but this is all you would have to do. Just keep moving around. But no, it feels weird to idle like if I was to shut my car off and then just keep doing this. But let me think about the next topic. I'm really trying to do this like all day. I want to see how that would go. Do like a 10, like what if I do this every day, right? This is what you would have to do. I should always give it a shot. But I do have to take breaks in there or something, because it can be very tiring to discuss some of these topics. That's the main thing. Like I would want to, why does it keep going to 0 if I'm watching my own stream right now? Like what do you mean 0, dude? Okay, let me look at one of these topics here. So that was long form versus the initial. You have to appeal to that. I'd have to post YouTube shorts or something as opposed to anything else. So this texting is actually pretty awesome. Just to finally give you some sort of visual feedback, I guess, that I want to change it now. Okay, so instead of long form versus initial, we're going to discuss but no, that is basically the idea. Like, do you see things like only at face value, like the vast majority of people who are easily controlled, or do you really take it, because that's what you can do. All right, to close on this topic, you could endlessly do that, like treat everything at face value and then be constantly surprised, like, oh, this is our contrivance state is absolute, and then we're constantly surprised by, oh, but this inconsistency with that supposed absolute is there, right? So you're constantly surprised, like certain things that are controlled, like the stimuli acme. You'll be constantly dancing around it and not realize, oh, maybe it just isn't absolute, and we're just pretending it is. So you're aware of the nature of the process. Versus, oh, you pose the absolute, you take it at everything at face value, and then you're constantly surprised or controlled by the fact that it's not, right? So it's this endless, like, this is what social contrivance serves as, everything like that, where everything is a shock. Like, it's your own expectation that creates that conflict, right? That, you expect one thing, you have like this false framing, and then, like, again, stimuli acme specification, like, oh, it's love, it's meant to be, but then how could he possibly cheat? How could they possibly cheat? It's because it's not absolute, and you're trying to create this expectation. So, again, victim blaming, if you want to call it that, like, it's your expectation that's the problem, not the reality, right? You have some unrealistic expectation. But no, if something is worth doing, it's worth doing fully. So let me go here. Monopoly. Appeal. Right, this is how monopoly will control you. This one's a pretty simple concept that maybe doesn't have to go on too long, but maybe I don't need to use this ticker thing for every one of these. But this is kind of cool. I do like this. So video only mode. Monopoly appeal? Because it's a fun game, of course. That's why it appeals to people. Haha. No, but basically, Monopoly appeal meaning that, man, my nose is really stuffed up. Monopoly appeal basically just means that, like, how does a monopoly appeal to you? It's like, oh, you have Walmart, and it's a monopoly that destroys local businesses and everything like that, and controls things empirically, big corporation, national, multinational, globalist thing. But why do people go along with it? Oh, because they have this nice little old woman at the counter who's in your local environment, and therefore, right, it's like they use your own to control you. So, like, if the British Empire comes in, but they don't have their own people lording over you, they do from a distance, rule by omission protocol, out of sight, out of mind, of what is actually happening. But just, oh, we have some nice old lady from your local community being the boss of you and our interest, and then you're okay with it. So it's the same process, but this is how you're controlled, right? Just, oh, we'll use one of your own, we'll hire one of your own, and then they'll go along with it. And so now you're okay with this multinational conglomerate thing, this monopoly that's destroyed local businesses. You're okay with it now because, oh, they try to ingratiate in the community, and they try to basically they use that against you. So, right, they'll use one of your own, whether it be, again, people from your local environment, or whether it be, so it's okay for the products to be shipped from all around the world. It's okay for the, all the infrastructure, all the money to be shipped to and from, other places. It's okay if the people who own the store, effectively the company and the executives and stuff, it's okay for them to be from a different place. But as long as you have the people in front of you, the initial surface level, face value, superficial basis, as long as they're people that are local, familiar to you, nice to you, that reinforces the monopoly conglomerate. So it's kind of like, imagine, the cashier with a bad attitude or whatever. It's because, even though you are doing it to survive within this capitalist consumerist state, you should just be a minimalist, or you should just die out and starve out, I guess, is the real thing. But you're not really happy with it, not because, your lack of ability or whatever. You just don't want to reinforce this monopoly in doing it. So it's like you're doing it because you feel like you have to survive, but you don't really want to vouch for the monopoly in the process. But people are, again, initial-minded, cognitive-induced state, like where, they want to reinforce and overcompensate for the flawed process. You could never simultaneously do something and have issue with it too. So you'd rather pretend it's positive or overcompensate for it socially or whatever, instead of, maybe if we thought about it, we would have issue with it, so let's just not think about it and let's try to overcompensate for it. So, like, if we thought about it, and knew everything about it, it'd be the same thing. We'd have issue with it, especially specifically exclusive to everything else. So what that means is basically, you would, like, this is again, multinational monopoly corporation. They probably do all these questionable things, monopolizing nature itself, exploiting third world countries, just, the basis of empires and all this kind of thing, and whatever. But you don't question that. You just look at, was the cashier nice to me or not? That reinforces the monopoly. Like, see, it's like this weird, this is where human value is just used as a pretense and a token. It's like, we care about other people and being nice. But if you really cared about other people, again, amalgam theory, the whole very basis of that monopoly corporation would be anti-people. So it's like, you're in this overextended machination technology-based world and society where you defer to all those things at a distance, where everything is controlled from afar, right, by big corporations, etc. But you're supposed to take human value seriously. So, like, which is it? If you really value humans, okay, then you could be a minimalist, you could be Amish, something like that, then that would make more sense, right? That you value people because everything is more direct, hands-on, community-based. but instead you're pretending to value people, but you're doing it in service of this contrivance state that, again, is monopolizing. That's the whole irony, right? Oh, let's be nice to each other, and cashier is nice to the customer, so we can reinforce this monopoly that ravages the environment and the world, and like third world countries, and ends up hurting people that way through amalgam theory. Like, it's common sense, but it'll seem outward because the framing is, again, it's more so the middle class playing dumb. They don't want to take responsibility for what they're doing. That's the real great ease and conveniences and comforts. And I can't blame one mass of people. I'm saying everybody, everywhere, to some extent, is doing that. But, yeah, all this idling on my car is going to be a problem. I mean, either that or I could actually drive, but like, let me turn it off for a minute. Yeah, and now you can hear like the outside sound a little better. So that was kind of a short and sweet topic, just the fact that, what was the last one? Wait, that was 1, 2, 3, 4. So what was the fifth one that I just remembered? It was sort of the defined by non or reaction. We'll do these two more, okay? Let's do these two more, and then I'll maybe take a break. Like I said, I almost wanted to see if I could switch to the... It said by swiping right or left, but I don't know how to do that. I guess I could end it, but I just wanted to do like a really long stream just for the sake of it. Let me switch this thing again. This would be defined by non or by reaction. Defined, which I've already discussed, defined by non, I guess, quite a bit, but this is very useful because I feel like even if people won't know what these concepts are, it gives you like a little basis of what we're doing. It's pretty easy to do. Defined by non or by reaction. And so the thing is that, okay, media you could look at there, My Studio. So is there an option in My Studio to live mute microphone and screensaver? Okay, defined by not, I almost need something to drink or like, I don't know. I don't feel too good. This is like maybe a little more than I'm used to doing lately. I just haven't streamed that much lately, even though I should be. So, defined by non means what? It means that in a contrivance state, meaning a very controlled, unnatural, artificial state, which could be any country, any era of human history, right? Like this pressurized kind of controlled state, not inherent man, not free in nature kind of thing. You're defined by what you don't do rather than what you do. So, you're not going along with the specific exact contrivance state and its expectations, which are treated as default and absolute, even though everything is outward, everything is a process. And it doesn't have to mean that, doing that is negative. It just means it's not absolute, exclusive to everything else. So, and it's arguably only necessary to overcompensate for that contrivance state's own trappings, like, you're not being super nice socially, to overcompensate for the cognitive dissonance associated with this contrivance state. Like, well, so maybe you shouldn't have to be nice socially. How about a state that is sound and you're at peace with it on its own, so it doesn't require that social contrivance? That just means it's an overextension, that you're overcompensating for something that is an unsound process, right? If everything was direct and worthwhile on its own, then actions that speak for themselves, it's worthwhile. You don't need social reinforcement. You could just do it on its own, right? It would just speak for itself and you'd be at peace with the process. So that almost implies something is not on the level, like you're socially trying to overcompensate for something that, again, is like in reinforcement of a monopoly and reinforcement of something that's specifying something that's just otherwise inherent to nature. It's okay that you ravage the land and you take a monopoly over nature itself, as long as, the cashier you hire is nice about it. Like, that's kind of the way it goes. Like, Whereas if they're not, oh, then we might question that. Even though if you were self-aware, you would question it anyway, and it wouldn't matter what arbitrary subjective social thing is done there, because that could be done in service of anything throughout human history. World War II Germany, oh, if you were just nice about it, we won't question it. And it's already established, so we're just mindless, preconceived sheep. But the point is, you're defined by what you don't do, not going along with the exact uniform way that something is established or expected, rather than what you actually do. Right, so it's treated as an absolute, and then you're defined by simply not doing the supposed absolute. So that's how you know you're in a heavily controlled, contrived state. And again, it doesn't mean you're framing it negatively, like, oh, it's a bad thing to do it or you shouldn't do it. Maybe the fact that it's necessary would lead to something like, okay, so then if you didn't do it, what does that reveal about the contrived state? You'll be attacked for not doing it, for not overcompensating for the contrived state, false, absolute, specified. But what does it reveal about that is the real question. Right? It's like selective awareness. The absolutist doesn't want to exploit your limited perception like everybody else and appease you egotistically and artificially and all that. They want you to be aware of the nature of the process, but instead it'll be selectively aware. They'll be aware of you for not adequately overcompensating for it and attack you, or whatever. You have some negative projection or inability to overcompensate for the flawed process, but they'll only see it there. They won't see that, oh, the process is the same all the rest of the time. It's the exact same process. It's just that, oh, they use social contrivances as anti-thought to overcompensate and distract, so that we manufacture consent with that same process that we would have issue with if we were aware of it, but we're only selectively aware of it when somebody doesn't socially overcompensate for it. So it's not a question of the standard. It's like, oh, you're only aware of it partially some of the time, and then defined by reaction is kind of a similar concept, and that concept is the fact that oh, I am sort of draining my battery though. Shit, I forgot. Because I was charging my phone with something there. You have to be careful with that. But my point is that defined by reaction is as follows. Something is done, right, empirically. Like, there's already established corporations, there's already established governments, there's already established power structure, right, when you're born. And then you're indoctrinated heavily in youth before you can think for yourself, bypassing your consent, and your critical thinking awareness. Then you're finally old enough to think for yourself, and now you're defined not inherently by your own choices or thoughts. You're defined by your reaction to that already established empirical contrived state, unqualified empirical authority. So it's a good trick, right? It's like, let's impose this onto people, and then somehow that's not accountable. It's not an outward thing that you're imposing upon other people. But then, right, but then your reaction to it is what you're defined by, or what's notable. Oh, look at this person's negative reaction. They're getting all mad, and oh, look at them being a bad sport and being all negative. Never mind the fact that what they're reacting to might be unqualified or unsound or forced, or, but that's just taken as default and for granted. So your reaction to the established structure is what's defining, not the structure itself, right? So that's treated, again, as a false absolute, false inherent. Like, oh no, you're born into this world, and it's okay that every inch of nature is monopolized by big corporations. It's okay that every aspect of your life is monitored and controlled. It's okay that, those things are just for granted. You can't question them, you can't hold them accountable, nothing. You're defined by your reaction to that. So if you don't go along with it, you're the bad guy. If you question it or expose it or reveal it, you're the bad guy, right? If you even are aware of it, basically, and think about it, that's bad. So, again, you're defined by your reaction to an unqualified, non-accountable, empirical authority contrivance state, not that Right, it isn't absolute. So there's like a general plain dumb aspect of society. Like, you could be aware of the nature of the process, but then you're still controlled by it at half-mast. A lot of incentive with that. But like what I'm doing right now would reveal that it's like, oh, you'd be called fake for that. But it's like, yes, I'm aware of the nature of the process and the objective inherent reality. But people are not. So therefore I have to appease them and dumb down to the lowest common denominator. Like, oh, it's my fault for being fake that I'm playing dumb and I'm not actually dumb. So they'd feel more comfortable if I was just actually dumb and not aware. So it's a bad thing to be aware of the nature of the process. It's a good thing to be unaware of the nature of the process so that you don't make other people uncomfortable that process is present either way. But it's the awareness that matters. So the surface level, that's why people care about appearances so much. But you would think, if you use your brain a little bit in that equation, that you would care about the reality regardless of that. Like, okay, who cares what the appearance is? No one care about the larger process or the reality, but evidently that requires too much thought. And it might make people uncomfortable, so I guess it's just not a valid basis, right? If something makes you feel comfortable, that's good. If it makes you uncomfortable, that's bad. Make you aware of the nature of the process. You are so used to artifice that you project it. So if somebody's aware of everything, more open mind, that's bad on them because you'll project onto them negative things, even though they're just simply aware of the full nature of the process, whereas most people are not, or they try to artificially frame it. So like the person who is like that, again, objective, they might not feel the need to overcompensate or qualify or justify or seek permission for anything because they don't want anything, or they're neutral, or they're aware of the nature of the process. Or again, like absolutists, they'd be direct about it. Whereas somebody who does have something to hide, they would be constantly positive overcompensation because they do have some incentive, they do have something to gain. So it's kind of opposite interpretation that, the people who control you will do it with a smile and artificial kind of myopic framing, whereas people who are unconditional, don't really want anything, they'd be more neutral, they'd be more bland or boring, or again, you'll project something negative onto there because they don't have anything to hide, they don't have anything to prove. But again, this defined by reaction, let me wrap up a little better. This concept is simply that it's the idea that, and see, what you'll see with stuff like this is things you could observe in everyday life, but it's just a larger process versus the initial, again, surface level face value. So what people see is like, oh, you see the overcompensation for the process, not the process itself. And it doesn't mean the process itself is even bad. That's the point. You can observe the nature of the process and then you're perfectly okay with it and content with it, at peace with it. But that's often not done. Or then you wouldn't need the social contrivance layer overcompensation. Or then you might question it, not exclusive to everything else. Or as a contest of contrivance, who can like kind of frame or overcompensate for something better, even though they're all unqualified subversive processes. But it's like we get caught up on the appearance of it. But even though you could be aware of the larger process underneath. And so again, a lot of projection, inability to achieve a false absolute, not that it's not absolute, not that you have some other purpose, because again, it might be like absolutist does it just as a zero-sum thing, or they do it to try to remove the need for the process, not to reinforce and regurgitate it. They come with finality. So there's no awareness or larger process at work with that. So the other aspect, again, defined by your reaction, again, an unqualified empirical authority, empire, could be corporations, could be, anything like that. Those things can impose things on people, and then you're defined by your reaction to it. So like, oh, if you react a certain way, you're the bad guy. Oh, look at you getting all upset about it. What do you have, a temper or something? Like kind of like that mentality. Not that, oh, maybe they don't have the basis to do that. Maybe that's not a good thing that they did. Again, unqualified empirical authority is like never accountable for that, right? Those impositions on people, like, oh, you're so paranoid that you're on camera all the time in society. If you're not doing anything wrong, then don't worry about it. Not that the government should have to justify, wait a second, why are there cameras everywhere? You just accept that, right? You don't question that, but you question the individual. Like, oh, you're being all paranoid, you think you're being watched all the time. That's your fault. It's on you. You're defined by your reaction to that contrivance state that's already established. So it just shows you people are mindless sheep, and they'll kind of reinforce and go along with anything. So that part is kind of like, trying to think of a better example, but you're defined by your reaction to a contrivance state, which would mean that is not questioned and is taken for granted. So, I mean, even society as a whole, right? You're indoctrinated when you're young before you can even think for yourself. Everything in your life is controlled. When you're finally old enough to think for yourself, everything is framed in false duality, like you're defiant, you're rebellious, all of this. So it's not that, oh, you're basically an animal being trapped in a cage and being indoctrinated against your will and all of these different things defined by overcompensation. Like, it's not that. It's not that, oh, you're being, again, not that that's outward. It's not outward to take a child and indoctrinate them heavily before they can think for themselves. It's not outward to, not even whether it's good or bad, it's not outward to restrict everything they can do and frame everything they do as defiance and false duality. None of that is outward. But, oh, if they do anything different that isn't in line with that exact contrivance state, oh, that's their fault. Oh, look at you being all rebellious, right? This is defined by reaction. Look at you being all rebellious, trying to sneak out, trying to go out, right? That's the outward thing. That's you being bad for trying to go out and do something. It's not outward to restrict that person, to say, oh, they can't go anywhere, they can't do anything, they can't go out, they can't be free, they can't be in nature, they can't live any other lifestyle, they can't do anything else. That's not outward. It's outward to, again, react to contrivance, to break free of contrivance, to do anything outside of it. That's outward. So again, it's not you doing something outward by restricting them or telling them what to do and what not to do. It's their reaction. Like, oh, look at this person being rebellious and sneaking out. Not look at this society and this parent restricting and trapping them like they're an animal in a cage, right? And restricting and watching everything they do. That's just normal. That's just, natural. And again, whether you argue a functional basis, that framing is unqualified because, again, you're holding one accountable but not the other. So again, a contrivance state can do as much as it wants. And like another good example is, again, like an empire itself doing something, right? Oh, the British Empire comes over, well, whatever, like, let's say an invading people come over and they, my battery's getting low on my iPhone, but it doesn't matter because now I'll charge it with one of my battery banks that I have. And we can keep this going as long as we want, especially if it doesn't overheat. And I think it overheats more so on account of the sun, if there's the sun, not so much from actually running. But what I was saying is the fact that so now this should keep it going for a long time here. What I'm saying is that an empire encroaches upon a land, right? And they're coming in, they're taking over land and doing what they're doing. And then you're defined by your reaction. Like, oh, look at these savages attacking us. That proves that they are just bad. Not the fact, it's not outward that you're invading their land. They're defined by their reaction to you invading their land. Like, how can you be so violent and so savage and so horrible? So it's like a certain entitlement that you have, like whether it be the Crusades or some pretense like that gives you the right to do something that otherwise would be seen as bad, but you come up with a pretense to make it seem like it's not. So, like, it's the common sense of the modern day. You don't think all your luxuries and conveniences come at the cost of somebody else, but you don't care, and it's just, you want to feel socially gratified within that, and you want to play dumb and whatnot. It's the inability, again, somebody's inability or negative framing of it. It really is like you either are dumb or you're plain dumb, because you're not aware of any larger process at work, like that you might question a little bit. Everything's absolute, don't question it, go along with it, reinforce the conflict of contrivance state. And you can do that. I mean, again, then you can have that, but it wouldn't be very credible, and that's just kind of sad, because it's one thing to go along with it, like to survive or to get by, but it's not to to indignantly insist upon it or reinforce it, or it's like this cultish competition. Who can overcompensate for this subversive contrivance state better? And then selectively feel gratified. That's the thing. It wouldn't be a contest. It'd be this amalgam theory, quiet thing. Like, everybody would do it all the time if you really cared, and the entire society would be undone by that, because it's subversive in nature. Like, you'd give up 2 meals a day and you wouldn't make a big spectacle out of it. It's more so like, people with a lot of resources give a little away and then they make a big thing out of it to try to feel gratified or justified, even though the spoils of their wealth could be in part subversively acquired. But again, defined by reaction, like it comes down to like that social level too. Oh, look at this person being all rude, right? They're not being socially adequate, having social etiquette. In the circumstance, though, that is already subversive or forced on them, like, oh, we're gonna put them in this situation, right? And then, it's about their ability to socially reinforce it. So, like, like, let me say it like this. Native Americans are so rude. I'm saying it as a hypothetical, are so rude to us. Wow, they're so mean. Never mind the fact that we slaughtered all of their ancestors, and again, the people who live here, U.S. Like, they're so rude. So you'd be defined by your action. Oh, you should be more socially nice. That's the issue, not the fact that, right, what you're reacting to that's not accountable. So it's selective, right? Like, you can go invade a country, that's okay. That's not accountable. We're not thinking about that. That just goes without saying. But then, if you react to that invasion, you're the savage, you're the bad guy. Same thing, like, again, with so you can, that's why you shouldn't really give contrivance the benefit of it. Like, like it'll restrict as much as it wants. It'll tell you what you can do, what you can't do, monopolize nature itself, all these things that are outward that are taken just for granted. And then it's your reaction for, you're not being socially nice enough about it, or you're not overcompensating for it enough or something. You're not keeping up appearances. And it's kind of like, the thing is that you it's your fault for having, like it's your bad attitude or social thing. That wouldn't be the issue if it's a sound process. You wouldn't need that to overcompensate or gratify or whatever. If you truly valued human life, it wouldn't be a spectacle of prompt gratification, amalgam theory, So you really don't value it, is the point, and you just use it as a pretense to reinforce your overextended subversive state that's itself exploitative and often creates circumstances like that whatever, but you don't care, right? Middle class mass values their luxuries over something. So when you do that, you kind of take it for granted, but again, you define people by their reaction to something. Again, like, we invade a country to take their oil or something, let's say. And it's like, look, they killed our soldiers, so they're bad, and wow. But, like, never mind the fact that we went there, that we invaded there. Like, that's the thing, right? We're looking at what they're doing, but we're not looking at what we're doing to create that circumstance. That's kind of the non-accountable thing. And then, again, defined by reaction in the sense that again, a contrivance state can impose as much as it wants with no accountability whatsoever, and then it's your fault for anything that you do, any reaction that you have. So again, you can restrict and control everything everybody does, monopolize nature itself, tell people what they can and can't do, and then, oh no, it's your fault for your reaction to it. And then there's like this cultish competition. Look at me, I feel gratified, and I can tolerate this subversive contrivance state better than you. So therefore, oh wow, look at how well adjusted I am to this subversive, unqualified contrivance state, and look at how this person's less adjusted. Like, assuming that it's absolute in the first place. So again, you would have loved World War II Germany. You could have felt really gratified for tolerating that one. That was really subversive, so even more subversive. So if you feel gratified from one, you'd feel way more gratified from that. But again, you're assuming that it's justified or right or sound. And then the thing is that right, you're defined by your reaction to a contrivance state, which would mean that it's not accountable at all. So again, it can impose as much, whether it be like preconceived, things that are already established before you're born or before you're old enough, or whether it be even new things that are introduced that's like, oh, you're an anti-vaxxer all of a sudden, even though this is a new imposition that, oh, you got to use the vaccine, or, whatever it is. You must be anti this, anti that. You're defined by your reaction to the mandate, not that something's outward. So this is often how government is reinforced, like something that's an outward mandate, which again, whether it's worth doing functional or not is not the point. It's the framing of it. Like, that's an outward thing. They're telling you what to do or what not to do, just like everything, all day, every day. Everybody's always doing that. But it's outward that they're telling you what to do or what not to do, but that'll be ignored and taken for granted. And then it's like your reaction to it is like, oh, look at you being so anti-vax or anti-mask or difficult. It's like, well, wait a second, this is something that, isn't it their accountability to justify that? Or, why is the conversation your reaction to it? Is because you're treating it like it's absolute and you take it for granted. And people are often like that, where they'll reinforce something mindlessly, right? Once it happens, they'll try to defend it, ex post facto justification, or once it's established, they'll just go along with it. But they won't actually think about it or qualify or question it. That's kind of how you're trained in RBO protocol in a contrivance state. Like, something's established already, so you'll just defend it and ridicule people who don't go along with it. But you won't actually think about the nature of the process or hold it accountable or ever go against it or say maybe this shouldn't be the case. Right, so if something's established, like it's already law, you'll just, people will go along with anything. Again, if you just force that's the real trick of it. If you just force something upon people, then you blame them for the reaction. Like, oh, it's your fault that you have some negative reaction to this thing, not that thing, that outward position or restriction could be somehow noteworthy, or again, at least held accountable and conditionally applied. It's just taken as an absolute for granted without any thought. Or another similar framing is like the inability. Oh, look at this person. They lack the ability to do this thing that we're forcing them to do, or they don't really need to do, or it doesn't serve a purpose to do, or they don't need to do. Like, like you lack the ability to do something, not that you don't want to do it, or that you have some other preference or whatever. So I'm trying to think, like, so again, the government can mandate something like, okay, now everybody has to drive with I don't know, like some other restriction, right? Everybody has to drive with some other, what could it be? Whatever. The point is, it's just like, it's your fault for not going along with something, not that it isn't valid. And so, or again, not even valid, but not absolute. So that's how, again, unqualified empirical contrivance can get away with anything, because it's like, it'll establish something, and it'll just do it, and then you have to acquiesce to it. And the conversation is always, oh, your inability. So, oh, you lack the ability to do this thing, not that you choose not to do it or you don't need to do it. Right, so the government can make any new law, and then it's like, oh, now you have to... I'm trying to think of something like absurd, but... the inability of you to do something and there'll be some vague functional pretense, but it's like overextended so far, and there'd be like more of a compromise basis that or that's kind of how thinking is treated too. Like, thinking is seen as like an outward thing. Like, it's propaganda against thought. The fact that a person has to think is like some inability. So it's good not to think and to do everything mindlessly. That somehow makes it genuine or better. So everything is controlled on the initial basis, which seems maybe functional in a basic sense, but then you never question the deeper meaning or process at work, so you just kind of mindlessly go along with it and still struggle with its trappings and cognitive dissonance. But that's fine. You're controlled by the appearances and stuff like that, and the overcompensation. So, and a lot of projection and so forth. But the point is that not that thinking could be the natural state and you're thinking about everything all the time and you're self-aware. That's just what defines the human being, separates them from animals. But never mind that. It's an outward thing to think. The fact that you had to think means that you're dumb and you lack the ability to do this absolute contrivance state or whatever. And then it's also artificial, like, oh, you're being fake because you have to think. Or we attribute it to like, oh, you must be thinking about something in the initial, not just anything or everything at all times. And then, or it's somehow negative some other way. It'll be projected like, oh, they must be up to something. You must be scheming something. So it shows you thought is like this template of, it's a negative thing just to think, period. It's bad. Either you lack ability, or you're being artificial, or you have some negative projection. Thinking is bad, and it's an outward thing to do, and you know, that's basically the framing of it. It's kind of similar that, again, you're defined by your reaction, like, so any amount of imposition can be done, either telling you what to do, telling you what not to do, or restricting you, a law, a rule, whatever. And again, it's like, oh, look, you just lack the ability to follow that rule. It's your fault. Not that it might be unsound and there's no need, and it's done to kind of, again, punish you for nothing because you haven't necessarily done anything wrong, but you still have to acquiesce to it. Right, like guilty until proven innocent kind of things. So that'll be how it's framed, is like, again, you're trying to explain it once more, and then I'll do the last concept, and then I'll maybe take a little break. Probably should get something to drink here. So again, one of the things I said was, again, the way that you're defined by your reaction to something, and that is, I might start doing that though, where I do even the initial concept I was just talking about. Do you take these exact same things and then cut them up into individual videos or shorts or something? Right, because people would be more likely to value them that way. And then the thing is that what? Yeah, the thing is that, let me try to explain it once more. Defined by, again, your reaction to something. A lot of that, like with parents, like, oh, they're grounding you or they're putting all these rules. It's like, that's never a question. Maybe they're just wrong. Maybe there's no basis for that. Maybe there's no need. Maybe, whatever. But it doesn't matter. It's like, oh, you're being all defiant. Not that they indoctrinated you against your will before you can critically think for yourself and control every aspect of your life. That's just normal. That's just, again, you can argue some vague functional basis, but it's not even the question. The question is which one is outward and which one should be thought about and held actively accountable. And then the final thing is the fact of, okay, I'll go somewhere and switch let me go around a little bit. Then I'll switch to my final topic that I had on the list, which was the preconceived privilege and projection aspect, which has a lot to do with the stimuli acme. So let me make like one little joke about it. Or no, I'll wait. I'll save it. There's like a funny joke template that you could do with it. That guy was not supposed to go there, but I guess it didn't interfere with me anyway. Or like, here's just an aside concept too. It's like functionless contrivance. Like, it doesn't serve a purpose, but you still do it anyway. Or needless, or you get specifying something, right? Like this bank is already established, but in and of itself, banks are useless, or you don't need them, or there's nothing special about that one compared to any other. So you need like social contrivance as a glue to place undue emphasis on a specific thing. But the thing is that it could be a form of content, like to pick up hitchhikers and hear their stories and stuff, or give stuff to homeless people in exchange for a story. But the thing is that it's like such an odd spot for a hotel, like right in the middle. Half price appetizer after 9. We're kind of exhausting every shopping center here. That's kind of a good technique, right? Don't say it one for too long, I guess. What the fuck is this guy doing with his trunk? What is that? What is that? This granny's driving with her trunk open. What are you doing? Did she not notice or what? I don't know how well you saw that, but yeah, like defined by non and your reaction to contrivance and all this kind of thing. And so one of the aspects of that is the fact, see, this kind of lot is good because you can blend in so easily. Like, there's so much shit going on. But I feel like it is odd to be sitting in your car with it off, though. Right, like that makes it seem unusual, but cost cutters. So the thing is that, what I was saying with that reaction, right? You're defined by your reaction and kind of the whatever. I think we spent enough time on that one. So let me go back here. We'll change it. This should be the last one, and then I don't know what I'll do after that, but this was good. At least I'm putting forth a lot of effort to do a long episode here. I can test it in the vertical, and also the quality doesn't make sense. Why it keeps vacillating between 480 and 720 is kind of annoying me. I don't know what setting. I can try it on 30 FPS. If I try it on 30 FPS and that... Oh, that's probably why, actually. If it's 30 FPS, 720, because 60 FPS... 60 FPS, I don't know. But no, here's just a different concept. Is like people like use children as a privilege kind of thing to parade around, right? Like as some sort of overcompensation in their own right. But no, that must be what it is. We got to do. Now it's 7. I don't know. It keeps changing. Now it's letting me do it. Okay, so this will be the last thing. I got to take a break after this, or trying to think of what. Like I want something to drink, but I don't want to have too much sugar either. I kind of need it though. Maybe I'll go in here for a second, but I don't know. I have water, but I'm getting kind of sick of it. I need some sugar. But no, I like to see stores that are different. Like, okay, Dunn Tire, you can find countless places. Or, well, some of these are more local franchises, so I might just be used to them. Subway, I can find anywhere. T-Mobile, find anywhere. Rent-A-Center, you can find. Cost Cutters is always different. I don't know what exactly that is. See some of the Jasmine, Oriental Spa, that's always something different. So let's do preconceived. This is a bit of a mouthful. The triple P. Preconceived... privilege projection, right? Privilege projection. So there's a very specific example I can give with this, but maybe let me take a break for a second and then I'll come back and tell it. Instead of lunch break, now it'll be drink break. So here we go. Preconceived privilege projection, the triple P's. We should do a challenge. Whoever can guess what this concept is exactly referring to, or the joke that I was thinking about, would get a free sub or a free whatever. Yeah, get a free sub from Subway. See it in the distance there? Haha. Okay, I'll be back in a second. I'll just go get something to drink from here. I'm tempted, like I'll get a big thing and then I'll, but then that seems like a waste or I won't finish it. Let's see what I got. 4. So yeah, we'll do this will be like the last concept for now. Then I can decide what I want to do. Again, I almost wanted to continue and then like, play some game on here. Like, let me look it up again. I'm not seeing where you can do that. Which maybe you can't do it. Switch from camera to screen capture. Prism Live while streaming. Tap the screen, select the camera scene icon, and choose screen mode. I'm not seeing it. You can record your screen and use the camera simultaneously. To switch from camera to screen capture, Prism Live Studio on an iPhone. Tap the Live tab to choose screen mode instead of camera. Ensure microphone toggle, mobile camera switch to screen. You may need to stop the current live session at start. A new one in screen mode. That just feels like something you should be able to do. Switch from camera to screen capture Prism Live Studio. On the live ready screen, check the screen mode instead of camera. When actively streaming, use the app interface to change the source to screen, which allows overlaying content. Maybe it's this thing, like media source. Video and photo music. That's not exactly what it is. Use the app interface. So how do we do that? Select sources you want to delete and tap. I'm not really seeing where you're meant to do this. Prism chat, video source, QR code, web. It's not that big of a deal. Like, I could just restart, but just for the sake of doing a long stream. So maybe I could do it with the widget. Like, okay, show me the URL. Video only, swipe left to show comments, even though it's swiping right. Or wait. No, I guess it is. Never mind. Let me try this once more. Camera source icon, eye, on or off. Huh. Supports camera live using the device's camera. Screencast features primarily used for game streaming. To enter screencast mode, click the live thing. Okay. Yeah, like, how do I go back to the... Like, it doesn't let me see the base settings anymore. Turn the microphone on. At this point, you can switch Prism app to the background, launch another app or game to fully utilize the screencast feature. I'm not seeing how to do it in reverse, like... That is odd, I don't know. And if I hit something here, it's gonna crash the whole thing, I bet. Right, like I'm fully prepared for that to happen. I'm not seeing where the sources really are. Let me see. Prism Live. Sources. Camera live. Allows you to easily add camera sources for live streaming, desktop, mobile, video capture device, or camera mode. It supports multiple up to 6 live stream. It's not quite solving my problem. When live streaming, camera, Prism Live, switch to screencast. Switch from camera to screencast. Select the screen mode on the preparation screen. When live, you can switch between camera and screen by swiping left for video only camera or selecting the screen share source. I don't know how to do it. It says swipe left, but that doesn't do anything. Autoplay on overlay. Mute microphone on screensaver. Music, video, playlist, image.
Scan the QR code, and it will give you two options. It will give you camera or screen that you want to cast to the desktop Absolute web application. Use the camera, connect, and then what you see is my camera adjusting, and I can then add it.
So what I could do with these, and it makes it actually easier for me to organize too. I can skim through the videos and then like, okay, I know somewhat what topic I'm talking about, even though as I'm saying that, I'm not doing this topic yet. But basically, right, I could either upload each of these topics as a long form video, or I could try to even shorten it more and do it as a short. So I'll be back in a second. here's one concept that I just thought about as I'm going through the store to get one item, and I got this like $1.50 whole big thing of juice that's like huge. But I figure, okay, I'd pay almost that much for something smaller, so I probably shouldn't drink too much of it though. But it's kind of like, you know, the false negative of non or neutrality compared to a contrivance state. Like, pretend, again, I was saying something like this earlier. If you're alone, you're kind of alone, or you're kind of quiet. None of those things are bad. That's kind of neutral. But it would appear negative to a contrivance state. So I have this imagery that I use, like, it's only negative because to the contrivance state. So it's like the contrivance state that requires constant reinforcement, constant overcompensation, constant this, constant that to maintain its artificial state, versus neutrality, which is at peace and doesn't require all that, would seem negative because those overcompensations are necessary for the contrivance state, whereas neutrality wouldn't require that. So like, you're at peace, but they're not at peace, and they require all those overcompensations. So they assume it would be negative if you didn't have them, but that's only assuming the certain contrivance state to go along with it. All these elaborate things, these possessions, these overcompensations, right? So what that really shows you is you can remove the need for it. Like, let me state it very bluntly. Like, if you practice the stimuli acme by yourself, then you don't need other people for that. So now you're at peace with that, but that's condemned because now then you can't be controlled by it. So the idea with stuff like that, you do everything like self-sufficient. And I'm drinking directly from it too, and I don't even have cups in here, but what it means is basically, if you're at peace with reality and aware of the nature of the process, and you're kind of neutral and you don't require overcompensations and externality the way that, you know, that contrivance typically does. Again, like right now, everybody's got to do Easter and they got to do this and that, like ritualistic traditions that they neither know or care about the origins of, or, you know, not because they're Christian or whatever. But what it means is that they require those overcompensations. So to them, neutrality would appear as negative. Like, oh, look, somebody's lack of ability to do those things, or some negative response to not doing those things. Those things are only necessary as an overcompensation for an imbalanced state. So maybe you're at peace, maybe you're aware, maybe you don't care. And then the other side of it is that you would remove the need. Like I said, you could do the stimuli acme yourself, or you could do everything yourself, or anything anybody else could say to you, you could think to yourself. So why do you need them? So really what it shows you is this lack of control. You can't be controlled, and you don't need anybody else. So really, the negative to contrivance would be neutrality, because contrivance is imbalance. It requires constant reinforcement, constant outward insistence, right? Constant sort of this dynamic between imbalances and overcompensation. So it requires that constant outward insistence, right? So neutrality would appear negative to it, because like, oh, how can you be at peace without these overcompensations? Because you're aware of the nature of the process, or you don't require them, or you're in a balanced state, right? So you could remove the need for stimuli acme specification because you could take care of it yourself. Social interaction, anything anybody else could say, you could think to yourself, or much more profound things, or unlimited things, non-incentivized, non-impure things. And then, so what it means is the negative to contrivance would be neutrality and non, because it reveals the nature of the process, or it assumes like, oh, you would need some overcompensation otherwise. But the negative to neutrality then, that's at peace, would be contrivance itself. Like, oh, you don't need it then. That's really the issue. It shows you, oh, you don't need it. All these things that people base, like if you ask people, what is your purpose of life and this and that, that's what neutrality would show. You don't need all that. And you're actually just being controlled by it at half-mast. You're being controlled by the half-mast of the inherent. So the inherent would be like, okay, sexual stimulus, the stimuli acme, but you could do it freely and fully. Instead, oh no, now we're going to be owned and trained and tamed and controlled by it as we seek gratification from it by specifying it. Now we're controlled by it. Now we base our whole life around it, instead of, oh, it just being an aspect of our life that we can freely do as we see fit. It's actually pretty good too, this guava mango thing. Nature's nectar, naturally flavored. Two fruit thing. Like, what percentage of juice is it? 5% juice. But no, what I'm saying is that basically, I don't even get the vibe that it's that busy for Easter. Like, I didn't even mind all that, but no, it's kind of like the waste of it. Like, you would presume some negative, right? Neutrality is negative to a contrivance state that assumes overcompensation, etc., necessary, which shows you the imbalanced nature of it. That it's not at peace, but it tries to overcompensate for that, which, and by that logic, anything could be overcompensated for. We could put up with the subversive state in any empire, anything, right? And therefore overcompensate for it. So that's kind of the nature of imbalance overcompensation. You do all these kind of ritualistic or undue emphasis things, like you have to distract yourself, you have to dumb yourself down, you have to do alcohol, you have to do polyfavoritism. So that shows you that you're not at peace with the state, but you're just overcompensating for it, which means you could do that with almost any state then. So it doesn't have much credibility to that particular one. And then the other thing that I'll tell you is, it kind of, what it does is it reveals that you're being controlled by a half-mast form of the inherent reality or tendency. So what it really shows you is neutrality and it being at peace and all of that. You could remove the need. It's not really that it's negative or that you're hurting anybody. In fact, you can't be hurting anybody because, right, you're taking care of everything yourself and you're removing the need for the collective and all that. What it shows you is that you're actually controlled, that you can't be controlled. And you would actually, again, to neutrality, then the collective contrivance becomes negative because it outwardly insists upon neutrality even where it's not needed. You don't need overcompensations. You're at peace. You're aware of the nature of the process. You can remove the need. You can do all those things yourself. But it still infringes upon you unsoundly and outwardly insists and overextend and controls you and tries to control you even though you have no need of it and you're at peace. That can't possibly be. So it's kind of disingenuous. Like, you could be totally at peace without it, but it needs you. It needs something from you and it wants to control you. So it acts like you need it even if you don't. So that would invalidate the process. And so to neutrality, the only negative would be the outward insistence of contrivance, whereas to the contrivance state, the negative would be neutrality because it reveals and exposes the needless nature of it and how it's controlled at half-mast with a half-mast of the inherent. And then the final point of that was that the final point of that is basically, I don't know, just that one, again, neutrality doesn't outwardly insist on the contrivance, but contrivance outwardly insists on the neutrality. So it kind of shows you the loaded nature. The guy sleeping on the ground in the forest, picking a couple berries, minding his own business, not hurting anybody. He's the trespasser. He's the bad guy. He's the nomad. He's the vagrant. He's the uncivilized. He's this and that, right? He's somehow that's the person you have to go after. That's the enemy of society. That's the bad guy. He's not affecting anybody in any meaningful way, but you got to go after them and say, oh, they somehow lack the ability to acquiesce to society, not that they could choose something else or they're at peace with it. You got to go after that random dude in the woods, sleeping on the ground, living a minimalist life, they're at peace. You got to go after them. Even though in part you maybe created that circumstance, but they could choose that, they could desire that, they could be at peace with that. But you have to go after them. Meanwhile, you'll support corporations that ravage the land 10 times, 100 times worse, 1,000 times worse, and monopolize those same lands and do that. So that shows you something odd. You might be a slave to bread and circuses. You might like the convenience of that monopolization, but the issue is forcing it upon other people. So you would go after and not allow that guy to be at peace in the woods without contrivance, but you would use the pretense of valuing other people to do this overextended monopoly over means and nature, right? Like that would be what you would say. The minimalist sleeping on the ground in the forest, the minimalist picking berries and living off the land, that person is lazy. They're too lazy, even though they're fending for themselves and dealing with all the difficulties they're in of living in nature. They're somehow lazy because they won't acquiesce to modern contrivance in society, which the only benefit of which is for conveniences anyway. So you must be lazy that you require those conveniences, but somehow they're lazy that they won't acquiesce to your contrivance state and that they're willing to put up with the conflict of nature and all that difficulty, Right, so somehow that's framed that, oh, they're lazy, and somehow they're selfish, that, oh, they won't give to other people and help other people in society. Meanwhile, society overextend. Like, these are the two extreme analogies, right? Lazy is the person who lives out in the woods and takes care of themselves and fends for themselves and deals with all the harshness of nature and picks berries and hunts animals and figures things out for themselves and deals with all of that themselves, right? All alone, they'll deal with whatever happens, right? That's somehow lazy, that they're willing to fully fend for themselves and not rely on anybody else and do everything in the most basic, inherent natural way. Not laziness of living in society and all the conveniences and luxury and machination process, right? Somehow the one living out on their own is lazy. And then the second part of it is selfish. Somehow the one who requires nothing from anybody else, who fends for themselves, who doesn't want anything, who consumes very little, right? They're selfish. Meanwhile, the overextended society that monopolizes nature itself, that's sucking everything dry, that's, taking all the trees around them and doing all that and pushing them out even to the secluded part of nature because nowhere else is free. That's not selfish, but they are selfish, right? So just look at that imagery. The guy sleeping on the ground in the woods, they're the bad guy. They're lazy, they're selfish, but you're not. Even though the whole base of society is convenience and all that, overcompensation, and the whole thing is like, you're overextending, you're monopolizing all of nature itself, you're outwardly insisting, but they're the selfish one. Like, what example would I have to show to kind of get that point across to people? But yeah, like, what percentage of sugar is this? Like, I don't even get how they... 1 cup of this is 48%. Yeah, sugar is the most crazy thing in modern society. Like, everything you consume has, like, your full daily value of sugar. And yet, like, you have 1 thing of soda or 1 whatever. Everything has, like, your max daily value of sugar. Everything. So you must not be having multiple things in a day or it's going to go over. But no, the thing is that, will this even fit in like a cup holder if I do it the right way? Oh, it almost does. Okay, so what I'm saying is, now let's get to this final topic that I wanted to discuss. I guess I don't know where I'm going either, but I'll keep switching these. This is a great strategy of, like, I guess it doesn't really matter, but so you don't stay for too long in one area, you don't feel uncomfortable. Right, we could do this forever. I could hop around town to town, shopping center, right? You can't monopolize nature on the watch of an absolutist. And really all I'm doing is sitting in my car and not really doing anything, but even that you need permission of the monopolized nature to do. Okay, so let me try to understand this last point, okay? So we've gone through some very good concepts today. We've gone very long form. I'm very happy with the effort I put forward. This is what I've been wanting to do for a while, and I just needed like something smooth to work, right? I don't want it to crash. I don't want any BS, okay? So here we go. The gold and silver exchange. Yeah, that's what we got to do. Stock up to combat inflation. One of the smartest things you can do, just an aside, is put money in gold. Again, doesn't mean you put your whole life savings in gold, but like pretend you have 100K in the bank or something, or whatever you have. At least put 10K of it, buy some gold, keep it somewhere, right? Not so much jewelry, because that ends up being a lot less efficient. I mean, it's still good. It's still better than money is in this environment, but like, like 10%. If you have $1 million in the bank, you put 100K and you get a couple gold bars or whatever, that's worth it, right? Because that's going to save you in the future, and then whatever you do with the rest of it, you can do. But right, like, that'll be there for you. It's way better than keeping it in the bank. And obviously, real estate is a good thing too. But all right. So this concept is the preconceived privilege projection one. And I had a funny kind of story or analogy, like pretend two people are walking to the same place, and one of them is a woman and behind them is a man. It's like, oh, projected, they could be stalking me, or oh wow, they could be whatever, right? You were both walking to the grocery store. You just happen to be in front of me. You just happen to be in my way. Or even like they'll cut you off. You're walking down the street and they cut you off and walk in front of you, and now they're like, oh, you're following me. So it's like this little privilege or something that I was walking here and you got in my way, or like, you know, we're both going to the same place, so I somehow have to justify that. Like, I don't know what the self-importance is, but it's now I don't know actually even where I'm going. Sherlock Holmes. Oh, that's a great name. I don't know if you can see that. For sale, Sherlock Holmes. That's an awesome name. Sherlock Holmes Real Estate. Wow, what a great name. But no, what I'm saying is, yeah, this town seems so shitty. Actually, I've been here before, but like, it's supposed to be a city, but it seems so like run down. I don't know. It just seems kind of cheap and low class, but not even in a crime-filled way, but like in a more rural kind of way, which it is that kind of area, which a lot of upstate New York is like this, which is fine. But okay, here's the thing. Oh, you have the guy following the girl, and then, oh, it seems like a privilege thing. So like, even so strong is the stimuli acme in this era, and so strong is the female privilege in particular that results from it, right, that even where it's not present, it's projected. So like, this is how it works, right? People are again, the stimuli acme is preserved in this era, so that would explain the overall nature of the process, that people are obsessed with sex and repression leads to obsession, like I've explained this all in the past. So the net sum is like, there's tremendous preconceived notions to do with that, meaning like people think everything is about sex, or that's all people care about and all they think about, right? Even if it's not, that's what's preconceived. So it's preconceived that everybody only cares about sex, and that's, you know, all important to people. Then there's a privilege that goes along with it, with being female, because again, a lot of obsession to do with that. In fact, what's funny is a lot of the trans movement goes in that direction for that reason. You want female privilege in sports, so you are trans, you know, you're a male who then is trans female, or whatever, trans male. So like, you see it happen in that way, or even outside of that, like on dating sites and stuff. You see that, like, you see it in one direction more, right? Because there's certain privileges associated with being female that, oh, you want to kind of do that transition so that you get some of those privileges too. So that's the sad reality. That would be the incentive why a lot of it is done. Part of it is just to break free from the rigid societal stereotypes. I get that, but associated with gender, which are unfounded and not absolute. But that point is very sound, because you want, so it's partly the fault of that. There's this female privilege, so, oh, you want a piece of it too, so okay, let's transition and then we'll get female privilege too, right? That's how strong the incentive is, that it tends to lean one way, right? But yeah, so the stimuli is so preconceived that even if it doesn't apply, or where it doesn't apply, it will be projected. So it's like, these are the layers, right? A female exists in the world and the stimuli acme is preserved, and it's like, you happen to be a guy. Okay, I'm a guy. So immediately it's preconceived that there'd be some interest there, or like that's part of the interaction or whatever, right? Even though there's 8 billion people on the planet, and there could be countless different things that I could be thinking about or doing, or intentions or anything, right? People try to search for an incentive to project and therefore then control in terms of that. But that's the telling point, is like, so because they're female, and because you're male, and because the stimuli acme is preserved in the era, there'll be some preconceived element that, oh, there must be some attraction there, or some, you know, that's some basis of interaction, right? That's number one. Then the privilege comes in with like, therefore they want some special treatment, or they really want to, that's the disingenuous nature of it. That like, which is worse, to practice it inherently, like, okay, separate everything else from sexual things and just, okay, sex is sex, everything else is everything else, you separate finances, you separate everything else. That would be more honest and direct. But again, so the first preconceived notion, even if it doesn't apply, even if it's not relevant, it'll be preconceived that, oh, you're a male, so therefore you must be attracted to females, and they're a female, so, oh, that must be a basis of interaction or some big part of it. And then, oh, now they got to play hard to get, even though it's just based on a preconceived notion that might not even be present. And, oh, they gotta, you know, they gotta now exploit their privilege and make sure they get something in return for their mere state of being a female in an era where the stimuli acme is preserved. So the preconceived basis is there, whether it's applicable or not doesn't matter, and their privilege is gonna be now exploited. We gotta make sure we get some privilege in return for this preconceived notion that may or may not even apply. And then the final is the projection. Like, so even if it doesn't apply, it'll be projected and self-fulfilling. Like, look at this rundown shit, whatever it was, some old mall. Finger Lakes Mall. So yeah, let me say that again. It's preconceived that, oh, because of your gender and their gender, oh my goodness, that's something there. And then it's preconceived because of, and then it's their privilege because of that. Now they'll play hard to get and try to get something in return for it, or, you know, try to do the pseudo prostitution instead of, again, separating them and just letting it speak for itself. And then, because it might seem like, oh, that's love and it's meant to be in a special, but that's just really a way to specify it. And also, again, you're going to keep it like, sort of privilege, like, or like, how can I explain it? You want some sort of privilege or benefit from it, and the reason why is because you can't just be like, okay, sex is sex, everything else is everything else, so as it relates to sexual things, we can treat that as one area, and then we're not gonna, but no, you want it like, oh, privilege, I want you to pay for my dinner. What is that if not female privilege? What is that if not prostitution, right? The idea that, oh, you're buying certain things for them and giving them money and, you know, treating them out to certain things, buying them jewelry and stuff. Is that not a form of overextended prostitution? Like my expression goes, all relationships by extension are prostitution. So an absolutist example might be more direct, like, okay, I'm gonna just be direct. If you're doing that, like, okay, hey, I want to have sex, or hey, like you would be direct and you separate finances and stuff from it. So which one is really worse? Because one of them is saying we're going to exploit our sexual appeal for privilege and benefit and money and things like that. The other one is saying let's separate that and not let it be about that. You know, one of them is being direct and honest. One of them is being like, let's overextend and base our whole life around an artificial, necessary to specify kind of thing. Right, so again, the preconceived notion applies just based on gender alone. The privilege applies based on just merely existing. Now you want something in return for that. The stimuli acme, so you have to resist the temptation to try to do that, and that way we can conquer the stimuli acme. And then the final part is the projection, that even if it doesn't apply to you, it'll be projected as if it is. Like, oh, so it's your inability to achieve this absolute. Not that it's not absolute, or not that you just don't care, not that you have some other priority, not that, again, it's separate to you, like you just look at it, it's just a basic inherent tendency that you can do or not do, right? You're not as obsessed with it as other people. So they're so obsessed that even when you don't care about it, they'll project that you do, right? And think that you're obsessed with it just because they're so obsessed with it. That looks kind of run down too. Everything here looks run down, man. What is this place? Oh no, these roads start to get annoying though. This is the Finger Lakes. A lot of the wineries are here, but no, that's the kind of point of it. So again, based on gender alone, you would get preconceived notions. Based on those preconceived notions, you would get privilege just for existing in that stimuli acme state and for being a female, basically. And then the projection would be that even if it doesn't apply to you, you could be asexual, you could be disinterested, you don't care, but you would have to somehow justify that. So it's projected onto you even if it doesn't apply. even if you don't care, even if you don't set a game that other people do to kind of bypass their own cognitive dissonance and whatever. No, maybe I don't want to be honest. In fact, it makes me think of a line from a song that, I don't know if this is exactly what it's about. I can't remember the context, but it's like, if that's moving up, if that's what they call moving up, something like that, right? Then I'm moving out. That's almost what I think of, kind of thing. Then maybe I don't want that then, right? So if, again, part of adult life, if I have to be artificial and lie and fake and do all this, then maybe I don't want it, right? Not that, oh, you lack the ability to do it. It's that maybe it's a flawed process. Why can't I be direct and honest? Right, why not? And it's because of some control that, oh, on the other side, they want some control. They want some benefit. They want to be spoiled. They want privilege. If you take away all that financial benefit and privilege, then what's left? There could be some social appeal to ego kind of stuff. And then it's also society's desire to control and specify that, but there's really no basis to it. So it shows you people would just do it freely and without restriction otherwise. And so, wait, what? Whoa. What the fuck are you doing? Was that really necessary for that guy to do that? But no, what I'm saying is the fact that I guess it might be he's in a hurry. Or like, this is a good example of like, you can never have true value in society, right? Pretend like, oh, you got to follow all these functionless rules, like stop at a red light even if nobody's there. So that shows you're just an indoctrinated slave who obeys even if it doesn't serve a purpose. So the same is true of like, pretend your loved one is in the hospital or you're going to save their life and they're bleeding out and the difference of a minute will save their life or not. That scenario cannot exist. It's not allowed to exist. Ambulances can do it, but you can't, right? It's like, if I break every red light and every stop sign to do that, I'll get arrested and I'm a bad guy and people will be honking at me. But what if I'm doing it for that reason? It's like, true value can never exist in a half-mass contrivance state. In that case, you should be like, oh no, you should have just waited and let them die, right? So that's kind of one story that I write, is like where finality is brought upon, this is kind of the premise. Finality is brought upon you, upon a planet, and now they have to face like all these things that you thought mattered don't matter anymore, right? Like, this being has come down and the world is going to end, and like now all your appearances, all these things that didn't matter that you cared about, now you realize how much they really didn't matter. And even part of the lesson is, oh, maybe if you had neglected those things over the years, you would have survived this if you had put every waking second into survival or preserving your species or whatever, right? But we don't care enough. We're selfish, we're short-sighted, but, right, like all those things don't matter in the face of finality is the point, right? In the face of true value. But yeah, this preconceived privilege projection one again. It's the woman walking, they're walking to the same place, but oh my goodness, because you're male, we're going to project something. And it's kind of like the absolutist would hate those kind of things. The absolutist doesn't ask for permission, so it doesn't matter. I don't have to justify something if it doesn't apply to me. I don't care. And if I'm aware of the nature of the process, then what? I'll appreciate everything, but I don't want anything for it. Like, okay, I could look at everybody if I wanted, but like, I'm just looking, or I'm not doing anything, or I don't want anything, right? Like, so that they wouldn't seek permission, like they have to justify something that doesn't apply to them. They wouldn't seek, like anything negative from just like, okay, I'll appreciate everybody, but I don't want anything from anybody. And then they also would kind of put you in a position to they would also put you in a position of like, they reject longevity, so it'd be like finality and value in the moment instead of like, let's overextend, right? Assuming tomorrow, assuming like we're gonna live forever. Montezuma, this is the one good winery around here. But no, like the thing is that the controlled nature of the process would be like, even freedom from contrivance would be done within contrivance. Like, right, you need permission of contrivance to be temporarily free of it. And so again, the privilege and the projection, just think about that concept. If you treat sex as sex, and like sexual things as sexual things, and then, it's kind of like an observer fallacy, right? It's your fault if you think like that, or your fault if you notice something. Oh, he's just a noticer. He just notices things. Like, they label them somehow. Not that what they're noticing could be noteworthy or valid or invalidating of a contrived state. You just have to not think and shut your mind off, kind of a thing. But there's one element that I want you to do, which is to, again, look at the privilege like you want something for it. That's basically what it is. You want to be spoiled, you want money, you want gifts. Let's just lay it out for real, right? You want those things in return. So you want this pseudo-prostitution situation to happen, right? That's basically what it is. Right, because if you take all that away, now the stimuli acme isn't there, and everybody is just direct and sees things for what they are. Now what? Right, you could just be direct about it, but there wouldn't be any of this like sort of weird pursuing, and this is how people are controlled by nature even in the modern day, that that basically people are controlled in the modern day still by these base elements, like, okay, women, female, have certain body parts that are protruding and stuff, and that's fine, but it's like, that doesn't mean anything because, you know, like, what does that mean? So basically, like, it's a very bit, so, but based on that alone, we groom children to care about looks for that basis, right? Based on gender, or we obsess over it. We have all this kind of thing about faking it and gaming, rizzing and game and kind of whatever, picking up girls and stuff. It's all framed from that perspective, just because of that basic slight difference that, oh, females are kind of more noteworthy for their looks from a natural standpoint, right, than men. That's the basis of all of society. These few body part differences, these little visual things, that's the basis of everything. That's why billion-dollar, like, this shows you not only are human beings not sophisticated compared to animals, we're actually kind of clowns. We obsess over those things that are otherwise just, animals will just do the deed and be done with it. We base our whole life around it. We have multi-billion-dollar fashion and makeup industry and all this kind of effort put into it, base our life around it, spoil, gifts, conflict, divorce, all this just because of that basic instinct. Your whole life is trained and tamed and based around it. So basically, when you find meaning in that, you're basically saying, oh, your own inherent hedonistic pleasure is what is so valuable to you, which is fine, but then you're doing it, kind of obsessing over it at half-mast instead of doing it fully by the same process. Starlight Motel. Why does this look like shut down or something? The pseudo-prostitution, like, you want something for it, you want your privilege, you want your there's so many abandoned buildings. So, look, the thing on this privilege point is that you want something for it, basically. And the privilege that you want for it is, again, you want something in return just for simply being a girl or just being female or whatever else. Like, it's not direct, right? It's dishonest. So both men have to resist that, but also women would have to reject their own supposed privilege from that and just, again, be free of the stimuli acme and then choose what value there is in life itself. Because that assumes that's all there is to life, or that there is no value in life, so you're conceding to a non-value subversive state and not only basing your life around the stimuli acme, but even trying to find meaning in like a half-mast state, because you, like, through stimuli acme preservation, you won't value the life that's already here, but you'll make more. You know, you don't care. You're selfish. But the thing is that it doesn't suck it dry. It's just not based on anything. So, I don't know. So, but you can be aware of the nature of the process. That's fine. And then one thing I'll say also is the fact that one thing I'll say is that, so where even am I right now? Is this Geneva or what? Women's Rights Park. Do we have to see this? Wait. I almost feel like I have to show that off. Women's Rights Park. There was something I saw there, like in Albany, that was like Malcolm X Park or something. Speaking of shitty towns, I think this one's not much better. Again, I'm not saying that in a negative way. It's just kind of like, I don't know, they're kind of underwhelming. Like Auburn was really not all that. I don't even know where I'm going at this point. Now I'm just kind of wandering around. But no, I was saying that there's pseudo-prostitution in relationships, because again, let's say it was direct, right? Let's separate our finances and have that have nothing to do with it. And now it'll be all about our connection or our intimacy or our, whatever. Take finances off the table. Now it's only about love, and it's about, sparks and social contrivance, which even that's just irrational insistence upon the self and appeal to ego. But if you want to make it about that, make it about that. Or it could be even more direct, just based around the inherent. So it's kind of like people's lack of awareness of the inherent nature of process, and then they kind of dance around it and myopically try to control and exploit each other. If you were aware of the nature of the process, then none of that would work on you. So, okay, that was like a standard episode of my debate format. That was actually it. I did it. We have an example of it. That was good. We went through some very deep, in-depth concepts, great detail, great depth. I'm pretty much, that's the best we can hope for, so. It was long. I took a couple breaks, but not too long. Right, I went and got lunch the one time, then I ate it and I was still streaming, and then I went and I got, let me guess, this gas station is shut down, just like everything else in this area. Bro, what is this area, man? Like, what? Bro. But no, it's like what is it that I can do? Like, I wish I had a bigger chat. They could tell me, or a chat at all. Like, what is it that I should do in these areas? They would want me to go outside and embarrass myself or do something dumb, but it's hard to think of what to do, man. Like, okay, so I'm in a different area than I've been before, but like, it's the same old shit everywhere. So yeah, those are some good topics, a lot of in-depth. So each of those could pass off as an episode of Absolutist Philosophy on its own, like where I would do an hour-long session, and I would talk about that. Some of the first couple concepts, I did go into that much depth about it. The thing is, I have to not get frustrated with like feeling like I have to dumb it down, because if people understood these concepts or were aware of this or thought like this, then there'd be no need for me to do this in the first place, right? So that's kind of part of the problem. So of course you would have to go through it and let them try to come to it on their own, which is not a result that people try to attribute, right? Like life experiences or whatever you try to attribute. It's a result really of just thinking. That's why like being alone or something like that's considered negative. Like, oh, if you think, you'll invalidate contrivance. If you simply use your brain and think, right, that would invalidate a contrivance state, or that would, speaking of farmland and rural areas, that would invalidate the contrivance state. And the reason why it would invalidate it is because of the simple fact that, and yeah, like let's talk about monopoly stuff. It's not always about skill or ability or something. It's just about means and resources. They have the resources, right? That's all it is. But, so yeah, that part is good. I wish I could switch to the thing and then do it. The screen sharing. But those are two parks that kind of have funny names. Women's Rights Park in Seneca Falls or Geneva or wherever, though. I don't think that was Geneva yet. That Women's Rights Park. And it looked like it was like a road leading to a dumpster. I don't know. There must be a park behind it, but that looked kind of shitty. And then the Malcolm X Park or something in Albany. Is that where he's from somehow, or why would I don't know. I forget where he's from, but I mean he would be from the South if you want to be technical, but it's a situation where like that's why his name. He made a great point with his name, like like why is he Malcolm X? Because he rejects the name given to him because it's passed down by slave owner, basically of the past of his ancestors, which is true. I mean, he says it kind of like, there's nice relaxing roads. This was really a high effort stream, so I'm happy with that. Regardless, viewership, anything like that, this is what it's supposed to be. This is what I want to do. Right? If I do this every day, I'll get through a lot of material. I really don't care whether people watch or not. I'll make little stupid YouTube shorts about it. And some of it I did while sitting, which will make it sound better too, like while not driving. This driving thing is difficult because then you can't hear it too well or whatever, but like, let me try to listen back for a second here. I'll plug in my headphone and my thing so it doesn't echo. But it's a situation where, like, it'd be hard to explain this. You say, oh, you're doing all this because you somehow lack the ability to acquiesce to a specific contrived state in this era. But it doesn't matter because, like, it's objective. I'm not saying it doesn't benefit me to do that. Okay, so I could acquiesce to it or I could not acquiesce to it, but observing the objective nature of it doesn't change that, right? Like, so if I observe objective reality, that's still objective reality. Or it doesn't make a specific case. It might seem that way in contrast to contrivance that says you have to do things this one way and one way only, and then, oh, look at you trying to find an escape and an out by being objective and looking at all aspects of reality in the world. How dare you do that? That's just you trying to escape because you lack the ability to do it. But that's very narrow framing, because what if you don't want that? Or like, what if you don't need that? Or it's kind of like with God or something. The best argument, or the best argument that religion has, which is really a bad argument, is assuming in the argument that they're right. Sort of like, well, God is real according to them, and therefore everything they say is right. So the only reason why somebody would be atheist is because they want to do something that God would say is bad. But what if that's not even the discussion? The discussion is, look at this final destination, vehicle. But no, it's like, the only reason why somebody could want to the only reason why somebody would be an atheist is because, oh, they have something to hide, or they would do something bad that God would say is wrong, so they're trying to justify it that way. Now, on one hand, that's a fallacy because, well, they can already do that thing. Supposedly God created them with the ability to do that thing anyway. So they wouldn't really have to justify it. They'd say, well, God made me with the ability to do it, so I'm doing what God made me and allowed me to do, right? Number one. So if you want to be really technical, right? But even without that, it's like, oh, they're doing it to try to justify some action that otherwise God would say is wrong. But that's assuming that you're right. So outside of that, what other reason is there? Like, okay, suppose they live an exactly moral life and a good life just because of the golden rule, or they just, whatever, they follow laws and other morals. Then what would you say? Just from a truth standpoint, they don't believe it just because it's not true. How about that? Right? They don't believe in God because God doesn't exist, because it's a man-made thing. Why couldn't that be the reason? So, but it assumes that they're right. Like, God, oh, it is absolute, and you're just trying to justify it somehow, some other way, right? Yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with that. I kind of want to do a card game part of this here. And the one thing is, you gotta almost do I don't know how the horizontal thing will work with, like, it depends on like what game I'm playing, because some of the card games are vertical, some of them are not. So, but like, I almost want to do one of these, but do it vertical and see if that makes a difference, because this is also a wine right here, Swedish Ale, that they, I don't know. But no, the artifice necessary to control people is cute in a contrivance state, but it's not, that's the thing, you can always point, like, zero-sum progress, but you're neither an absolutist fully practicing progress, nor do you have any measure or self-actualization of your own. Like, that's what absolutist or minimalist could say, is just, that's fine, you can do it. The zero-sum march to nowhere based on some machination, relative comforts, bread and circuses, reaction relief, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't do anything. Like, you could just choose, okay, I choose something different, so then what? Like, you're not allowed to do that, basically. I'm afraid to drink this thing while driving like this because, yeah, don't drink and drive because it's such a big fucking bottle, or container, I mean. It's pretty good for, see, that's a good value thing. $1.59 for this huge ass thing. Oh man. So yeah, we're good with that. Now I'm just kind of relaxing. I'll try to remove this text. That's one bad thing, like when I'm driving, or like switch from doing the camera to the video, or I mean to do the screen capture right in the middle of a stream. I don't want to have to restart, but I guess I could. I mean, it's just more like if I want to do an all-day stream like what I'm trying to do here, I want to keep it going even longer, and I want it to be, right, like how long will it go before it crashes or something happens? I just want it to go all night. So, yeah, I could go into other topics, but I'm kind of satisfied with that. That was good enough. I went in detail, so now let's just, that was Geneva. That was pretty underwhelming. We'll end up going towards Rochester here, which is fine. But, yeah, that's what an absolutist looks like, though, in the observational basis. Absolutist philosopher is what we did today. That this is, we got to do it every day. Doesn't matter the result. Doesn't matter anything. This is it, dude. Let me listen back to some of this here. But let me see how it feels if I'm listening to myself actively, like I'm listening to myself now. It's not too delayed, actually. Some parts do get cut off when I go look in the VODs, but it's kind of distracting when I'm listening to a voice. That's even how I am, like with chess, where Ovid. No, I prefer COVID myself, huh? Like, bro is literally driving through Ovid, New York. I have some sort of purpose, but this time I am kind of just, I wasn't expecting to go this far. Like, that wasn't too far for me, but now I'm just kind of going. But here's the thing, right? You're going to put yourself in a position, right, within the stimuli acme to put yourself in the crosshairs. So here are some of the projections that'll happen. Oh, you lack the ability to do it. But to do what exactly? You lack the ability to specify the stimuli acme. What if you don't want to? What if you want to sleep around with all kind of different people? Or what if you don't care about it all and you don't want to sleep with anybody, but it'll be projected as inability? Oh, you're just doing that because you lack the ability to do it. And even in the absolutist sense, like, oh, sleep around with random people, you'll say, like, you lack the ability to do the false absolute half-mass of the same process. Like, it's a little hard to justify. You have to face the cognitive dissonance of it. It's a good way to train people. Appeal to their ego, gratification, great way to control people. Really age-old tried tactic, right? So that's fine. I mean, you'll be happy within your ritualistic tendencies that way, but it's all right. That's where the absolutists would defer. Like, it's okay that you would do that, right? You won't say it. So, like, you know, you do contrivance a favor, like, let them have their projections, but like your inability or whatever, but like you wouldn't be able to explain this in everyday life. So I guess established contrivance must be absolute, unquestionable, and you defer. So it's like you're not uncomfortable, but you would make them uncomfortable. So you just kind of defer to their indoctrinated state, right? Because that's the point. It's not about any specific claim or what you should or shouldn't do, but it's just about you should always be weary and have cognitive dissonance and like think and always be weary. Every era of human history has had its flaws and inconsistencies, and we would look back and criticize. So that's what it means, is like never be too sure of yourself, never be too content, never be too, you know, never be too sure of yourself, never be too content, never be too indignantly insistent. Like, okay, you're doing this contrivance state because you've been indoctrinated into it. It's established because it was established before you were even born. But what sense would that make to say, like, oh no, everything is maybe I should go this, I don't know, like this what are the chances that the contrivance state you happen to be born into is absolute and unquestionable, right? What are the chances of that? But, you know, that you wouldn't have some self-awareness or cognitive dissonance or questioning or thinking. You should never be too proud of it, but the concern is switched from actually thinking of inherent standard or value and objectivity to, oh, I just want to overcompensate and be at peace with the contrivance state. How can I overcompensate for it? How can I keep the illusion of it that, oh, it's absolute, and anybody who doesn't overcompensate or reinforce it is lacks the ability, or somehow it defines them. Not that it is a cognitive dissonance inducing state that, again, it's not even that's bad, but it's not absolute, exclusive to everything else. That's kind of the phrase I use. So trying to think. I kind of want to take a little break here if I find a decent town. That's why I wanted to go back to there, like the Waterloo outlet thing. They have like a good shopping center there, so maybe I could take a break there, and then we could either do some card games, or I really want to figure out how to switch back, but I can't figure it out. Switch to screencast from here. That's really annoying. I can like turn the camera off, but I can't figure out how to. Because then anytime I want to play, like if I want to intersperse, like, oh, I want to play a game for a little bit, I guess what I could do is I could play a game like with the camera. I could like prop the camera up somewhere and play a game in front of it, like on my other phone or something. Ovid, I can just tell by the name, is going to be a really underwhelming area, but that's fine. I am the modern minimalist, so I could say I like that, but not within the confines of it. It's sort of like this fake humanism in the modern day, like, oh, we value the mom and pop, the ordinary person, but meanwhile we concede everything, monopoly over nature and everything to the big corporations and everything like that. Like, how does that make sense? Right, like everywhere you go, oh, look at this small town, but it's still gonna be, I don't know. Like, you gotta just ask yourself, what is this town, dude? Like, what is, there's a McDonald's, there's a gas station, there's a, you know, Ovid travel guide. This is what you do. You go you go here, and that's the town. That's probably the whole fucking town. You got the one cop on duty here waiting for nothing. Like, I gotta at least get my bearings as to what direction I'm going in. Like, I must have been going west. Now I'm not going west, so maybe I shouldn't have done that. Like, I'm not using my GPS, so let me do it again. I just want to stop somewhere and take a break, like pretend I was going towards Rochester right now. Right, then you would, we should try to do that, where we see, like, where does it take us if we go to Rochester? Not to a part of Rochester, but just, like, the way we did with the other Scranton or whatever. It just took us right to where it said the text on the map. Like, how it determines it's right there, I don't know. It's still so far, though. Like, I went too far south. Where was that Waterloo thing? I want to go there. But how? How is that so far? Okay, I guess I'll go there. That'll be a good checkpoint. So it's like 31 minutes. So let's just talk about random stuff, I guess. I'm a little tired. I mean, I still want to keep going, but I wanted to kind of not drive while doing it. So it said it was like 12 miles from there, but now I've gone so far off the path. These roads could be a little scary at night because, like, if you break down or something, it's so obscure. Like, what do you do, you know? But think of objective thought as like just without incentive. You're not saying it because you want anything, whether it be because the specific day you want some credit. No, neither of those. Just you're a objective vessel. And if everybody's like that, then we get to some conclusion instead of this false absolute half mass overextended state that insists upon itself, that doesn't question itself, that doesn't seek to remove the need for itself. Right, that's the way that. So apparently it'll be like a half hour, which isn't too bad, but I missed a turn there too. Bromka Road. So now what happens is, or like I could be doxing myself, like, oh, somebody could find me here, but like I'd be impressed if somebody did. Like fucking, where the fuck even am I? Like, what is this shit? But no, that's like the long. There were like two things I was observing. Like, you can. It's there for you until you really need it. Like your money in the bank. Oh, it's safe. It's insured. But if banks go bust, currency goes down, then you'll never get it. If everybody tries to claim it at once. So right, a system is there for you to control you when everything's fine and you don't really need it. And then, like, when it needs you, it's there for you to use your money and stuff like that. But then when you need it, now it's nowhere to be found. Right? So that's how contrivance works. And then the other point I was going to say is, like, the longevity possession fallacy of, like, you're controlled by possessions. Possessions control you in the sense that they tie you down. They keep you in one place. Like what I'm doing right now, even, like, a nomadic thought experiment. Like, oh, I'm free. I can go where I got to go and stuff like that. That's the thing, is like anything you possess ties you down. You have a house, you have even a car to a degree, but that at least allows you to go places. Whatever it is, like so there's a certain sacrifice, right? It'll be framed as inability or somehow selfishness, but it's like you sacrifice having a girlfriend, you sacrifice having a house, you sacrifice having a lot of things, and the result is, oh, now you're free, but somehow that'll be framed negatively. But no, like true or full value cannot exist for anything, whether it be the self, whether it be something else. It's often projected as the self so that it can be controlled. But these come upon you pretty fast here. I mean, this is a pretty nice, low-stress kind of thing, though. Driving, right? These roads all to yourself, although they might not be the best conditioned road, although they're not actually that bad. Some of the highway, throughway roads in New York are worse than this. I guess it's a twofold thing, right? Opposite interpretation. You would think these roads would be neglected by the state, which is true, right? These roads in random areas, like small towns, won't be worked on as much as major roads, but they also won't be driven on as much, so therefore they won't necessarily deteriorate as much. So it's a twofold problem. But no, this is like the comfort of contrivance nature is like, oh, everything's fine if you just don't think. Everything's fine if you just defer to them. Everything's fine if you just, just let it be and just go along with it. But that is not the way that an absolutist would do it. Finality that they seek. But again, remember, human beings are animals and they're not so strong on their own, so it would require something. Right, you're still subject to that. Like it's like saying, no matter who you are, anybody could just kill you to validate something through modern contrivance. It's like, because it takes monopoly over nature itself, and you have to obey and acquiesce, and it's like, see, like, at least in history, you could take chances. You could be like, okay, I'm going to go and explore some area, and, like, I could die, I could get rich, I could do whatever. But, like, even today, you're not allowed to do that. Now you're trespassing. Underwater would be, like, my idea. Let's make a Bioshock equivalent. Right, let's make a Bioshock. What's the guy, Andrew Ryan, would make a society under the sea to be free of contrivance. You got to go somewhere that is untouched, and you'll be the first there and stuff like that. So make a little society under the sea, or make a little thing in the space, like in Mars or something. Those would be the two untapped places. Or I guess the third one that I said, top 3 places an absolutist would go. And actually, in my storytelling, that is exactly one that one of them does. An absolutist king does make a society underwater, or in watery areas, right, to get away from others, and in snowy areas. So it'd be like either Antarctica, make a society there, or in underwater, make a society there, or like a small, close-knit, minimalist. Like, that would be kind of the twist of it. So either go to Antarctica, either go underwater, or either go in space, like Mars, etc. That way, those are places that are untouched by contrivance. And again, looking at those animals there, you realize that you're a trained, tame animal yourself in society, that you go along with. Again, there's no glee or benefit in, like, oh, look at me, I'm contrarian, I'm different. That's not the point. It's like, if you are aware of the nature of the process, like, okay, everything is nothing more than something to control you, so at least be aware of what controls you instead of insisting upon what controls you and taking pride in what controls you. You realize, like, you're controlled at half-mast by your inherent base tendencies in kind of a narrow, myopic way, instead of being free and open to everything, so you can appreciate everything. You don't want anything. That's what the half-mast human functions just don't get. You could appreciate everybody. Like, okay, let's say you're looking at people and, oh, you're perving, or some the limmer and siphon time, right? But you don't want anything, right? They project that you must want something, but you don't. That's the point. You don't want this overextend. They would want something. They want stimuli specification. They want privilege. They want zero-sum mean pseudo prostitution. That's what they want. You don't want that. You don't want anything. So bragging about being 25-0 with some basketball team. What do they eat over here in Romulus, New York? Am I right? Speed checked by radar. Yeah, it might be checked by radar, but you forgot one thing. You need an actual population of human beings. What, are you going to send a robot car after me? There's no human beings in this shitty town, apparently. So I hate to say it, but that radar isn't going to be checked by nobody, dude. And this small town can't afford proper AI or anything either. Oh my god. Wow, I'm acting like it's a school day. Oh, this school looks nice though, for as shitty as I'm talking about the town. School, government money is yours to blow. But yeah, imagine being proud of whatever that was, some female basketball team, like, they gotta hang on to any glory that they can get. That's what small towns would do. You'd be a celebrity in this town if you were the coach of some high school basketball team, I guess. Oh my god. So, look. When I was talking about that, the places that an absolutist would go, right? That's the twist of it, or that's like a moment. They're questioning, right? This is from some of my stories. They're questioning, how did this absolutist king do this thing where he made a society in, like, equivalent of Antarctica area, or like underwater? How could he have done that? We never did that, or we never wanted to, because it was, we didn't consider it worth it. And then so they get the head start, and now they act like, oh, whatever. But it's because you were thinking for a collective. You were thinking like, oh, how are we going to turn this into a whole capitalistic society and blah, blah, blah. not like, oh, they have 100 people there, that's their society because they're minimalist, the Malcolm theory, etc. Like, oh, so it was easy to do for that. 100 people can easily live there. Or so you realize like your strength in numbers supposedly weighs you down. It makes you so much harder to do. You don't need a whole big infrastructure. You just need the highest quality of life for the small number of people that are there, right? That's the way that it's actually the inverse of the family system that happens in society. Like, oh, you know, you have this family of a few people. Oh, we're trying to do the best for our family, but even at the expense of the human family overall. So again, the premise of that isn't that you have to value everybody everywhere, is that don't pretend to in the name of some unqualified empirical authority. There's no basis for everything. Everything is non-based of self. So just ravage and plunder and pillage and take for yourself, which is effectively what happens. But the middle class wants to turn a blind eye and do this initial minded playing dumb. Meanwhile, they support corporations that do exactly the same thing in an overextended empirical way. That, oh, if you did what corporations do, you'd be arrested for it. If you did what governments do, oh, that's a crime. So you just have them do your dirty work for you, and you pay the taxes, and you get the benefits and the monopoly over nature. So you know you can't catch one up on that. Like, you can see through that very easily, but there's a benefit in not doing that. Every era benefits similarly. I'm not picking on one society either. They all do it to some extent. But that's why that minimalist mindset would be like, you know, you got to be Amish or you got to be something like that. You need like a religious pretense to justify it. Oh, God. Yeah, this level of thought and open-mindedness is over a lifetime, but people don't do that. You know, I gladly sacrifice social contrivance to reinforce and regurgitate a contrivance state for the objective, even though I can still do that in a manner of speaking, for the objective observational basis of being able to, you know, be aware of the nature of the process. I'd rather be aware of it than simply be controlled by it, or be at peace with being controlled by it. So, you know, that's one of my phrases. Like, everything is your deference. You defer to contrivance. You defer to parents. You defer to school authorities, teachers. You defer to society. You defer to police. Nobody can really control a human being. Their potential is boundless and limitless. They could kill you, they could arrest you, but they can't control you. You have to defer to them, right? So always remember the power is in your control. You defer your whole life, and now at any point you could choose, you know what, I'm not going to defer in this situation, or I'm not going to defer at all. You've done that your whole life where you defer. Right. This is exactly what I was waiting for. Like a long stream like this where I can really get into it. This is what I wanted. Although I don't like some of this frivolous driving, I guess. It seems unnecessary. Like, for the most part, it was good. I drove a little bit. Like, to Auburn wasn't far at all. And then I kind of just hop from one shopping center to the next if it feels like I'm sitting in one for too long. But this part was even this isn't too bad, though. This is nothing. Yeah, I haven't even driven that far, really. It just feels like it. But yeah, like, I shouldn't do it for no reason. Like, if I have somewhere to go, like last week, I could do it, but... yeah, some of this material is pretty challenging. But I've discussed a lot of it at length in my old debate format and stuff like that, so... Wait, didn't I cross this town of Fayette like a super long time ago? I guess I did, yeah. I'm going backwards now because I didn't go here when I saw the sign for it. Right to form law, as if you need a law. That's like the inversion fallacy of stuff. Like, you need laws to allow you to do stuff instead of disallowing you to do stuff. That's how it turns. Like, okay, laws originally would have been, okay, you can't kill people or you get arrested. Okay, that makes sense. Like, you can't do something. But then it turned into, oh, you need this to allow you to do something. You need permission, right? But no, like, the collective expectation is always a fallacy. It's like, oh, could you fend for yourself, and could you, could you fend for yourself, and could you, live off the land or do what you got to do, and maybe your expectations, you don't care if your lifespan's shorter or whatever quality of life. Could you do that? And you very well could. But oh no, you fail to acquiesce to the standards of society and contrivance and what it wants and collective overextension and all these things. Like, maybe you don't care about all that, so there'll always be like the lazy minimalist fallacy. It's not so much that you're lazy, it's that your intention is just different, right? Non-required, non-desire, as I call it. If you don't require something and you don't desire it, then why should you be subject to it? It's like social contrivance. You don't value it, so you don't need other people to be nice to you or socially overcompensate. But then you shouldn't be expected to do it either, right? You're not acquiescing to that process basically at all. So, but no, like there's a zero-sum finite extrapolation, like, you know, it's a zero-sum process, so it doesn't matter. All the social gratification contrivance doesn't matter. It's a zero-sum thing, so, like, existence, so who cares, right? You're gonna die. It doesn't matter. All this social stuff is just a way to control you, but... And that's what I say, artifice doesn't last. Oh, you're best friends, and then you never hear from them again because they were your best friends conditional on the nearness posture. They went to the same school, they worked the same job. So the nicest people are then the fakest in the sense that, oh, they're super nice when they're here because they want something and overextend it. And then when they're not, then you'll never hear from them again. So it's like, whereas, again, the unconditional, neutral, absolutist is like, they're not extracting value in that way. They're always the same, so they'll outlast everybody, even if they're, you know, neutral in doing so, because they're kind of never too high, never too low, standard solid, versus, oh, you know, they're gonna be up and down, and this, they're gonna be up and down, and they're gonna be imbalance over compensation, or again, artifice doesn't last, so the ones that are placing all that undue emphasis. This seems like a waste of this big juice, but it was only $1.59, so I'm thinking if I get like a tiny thing of Gatorade for $2 or something, right, it ended up working out kind of okay. Or like, these are the cornfields where aliens would do their shit. Right, in some remote area that nobody would ever notice it. But the idea that they come up with is pretty good, like it's a mapping system for them. It's not really a message to us. Like Signs, the movie, like, it comes up with a lot of good theories, but it doesn't really settle on one, so we're left as the audience kind of just wondering, and we think, Jesus is coming. I didn't know Jesus had children, But no, like, religion is the ultimate false absolute that's similar to the false inherent contrivance response. Big tobacco lies. You pay the ultimate price. Tell that to Aaron Eckhart's character from Thank You for Smoking. But no, that's an interesting topic of, like, should stuff like that be illegal, or are things illegal based on harm or protection? Like, cigarettes and alcohol aren't illegal, nor do I feel like they should be, but that's not the point. It's like they're if the government or whatever was doing it in that reason, like, oh, they'll do this law, that law to protect you, but then why not? Why would those things be legal? Obviously, it's not to protect you. They don't care. It's about control. It's about other things. But then the other thing I was saying is, if you like, a lot of judgment, right, social contrivance, stuff like that, is based on the premise that of reinforcing an absolute state, contrivance state. What if it's not absolute, and what if you're not trying to reinforce it? Then what? Right, so it's like you owe something back to a contrivance state that you didn't choose, and you're kind of forced to. That's the big thing. You're forced to be a part of, indoctrinated into, subject to, tolerate, and even, like, you're kind of in a position to, you have to use certain things as a front, then you're defined and labeled by that. I won't even get into that. But, you know, it's the false framing that like objective observation is even a claim, or that it would be profound or noteworthy. That's kind of the problem of it, though, is it'll seem like, oh, it's so obvious, but then it's obvious to you, but it's not to other people, or they play dumb, or they're indoctrinated not to think a certain way. So this is the Waterloo town itself, but that place is much farther. The birthplace of Memorial Day, is it really? I love all these random things that certain towns would take credit for, like right, like they're looking for some sort of validation or something. But no, you're assuming, you're trying to reinforce it, and so that's like the bypassing of consent that would happen, right? You're bypassing people's consent, and the manner in which, as a child, when your whole life is, as a child, when you lack really critical thinking abilities or self-awareness, self-actualizing capabilities, when you're very limited in your natural capabilities and you're further limited based on that preconceived notion, to protect you, we're going to limit you all the more, and whatever potential you would have, we're going to restrict that too. And then after that, we're going to falsely validate that we're gonna like bypass your consent. And oh, did I ever tell you the story of how pets are just narcissism and egotism that we like to hold over? Oh god, I'll explain that later. But what I want is you know, it's this absolutist look that I'm trying to describe. Like, you look at everything the same way and you see everything, so like you're not specifying it, so they'll take it personally, but you're not doing it personally. Like you're dismissive of some specific contrivance state, but right, not dig into one. So, oh no, they are selfish and they want their interests to be specifically valued, so at the expense of amalgam theory. Only should you not have to justify that, but they should be doing it themselves. That's the point, right? That's where the absolutists would have zero tolerance for contrivance. Like, you want to hold up humanity as a pretense for why your dependent overextended pretense state exists, but no, you should be doing amalgam theory yourself. Never mind the fact that, oh, I should justify anything I do because I'm doing amalgam theory. Like, why should I have to do that? That shows you don't really care about human life at all, which obviously through the stimuli acme preservation you would show that. But okay, let's go to the one concept I was talking about before, though, and that was it's basically a situation where all these small towns that we're going through, it's kind of comical. This shows you, like, oh yeah, New York, by the way, it's only the city, also New York, all of this, like, it's common sense that you would expect there's other parts of it, but that, I swear, whenever you say, where do you live, New York, they always assume it even. But no, what I was saying is that, like, okay, when you're young, this is like a whole thought experiment, okay, when you're young, your capabilities are limited as they are, and you're further limited by society because it assumes, like, oh, look, you're only a kid, so therefore we're going to diminish you even more and try to control you more, right, inhibit you more. But the point is that, so you never had a chance to really do a whole lot, but now you're supposed to validate any objective observational basis or any position or standard you have. You're supposed to validate it against everything that's already established. So how is that fair? You say, like, oh, you don't have any credit authority. That basically unqualified empirical authority, like, so you're supposed to, as a child, challenge all of the established structures that you didn't create and that you're subject to and that are already established. You're somehow supposed to challenge all of that society itself that will restrict you. So you're supposed to challenge all of established authority, right? Even though you have those limitations. And then you're also supposed to, as an individual, even when you're older, you're supposed to challenge all of that too, like society itself, monopoly, and everything. Like, oh, if you don't do something better, so like the individual is supposed to go against all the established contrivances, society, corporations, government. You're supposed to just do that, and if you don't, oh, then I guess you lack credibility, don't you? So you're being measured, and that's the challenge that absolutists would accept. You're being measured directly against those things. Like, you criticize the government, oh, so make your own government. Okay. Like, you just have to magically manifest that. Otherwise, you can't have any other position. It's like, the child, these are the two absolutist challenges that would be accepted, even though they're unrealistic and nonsensical with how credibility works. But the child would have to conquer contrivance, even though they had no opportunity to do so. A 5-year-old kid, if they question something, oh, but you haven't accomplished anything yet, you're just a kid. Therefore, your opinion is invalidated, or your objective observational basis is invalid. So you never had the opportunity to do it. So all the established preconceived authority and structures, you didn't create them, you didn't vouch for them, you are subject to them, you tolerate them, but at what point are they validated by you? Like, no, they just happen to exist, and you never had a chance to even critically assess them or choose them or not. So that's why at a certain age you could self-actualize from an inherent base and consider it and be like, okay, you could reject that and you say, oh, that's a hypocrite, or oh, you benefited from that, but you were basically subject to it, right? You didn't really have much of a choice. So the child is supposed to somehow escape and break free from a contrivance state that they observe some fault with or disagree with. But the reason why that doesn't work is because they never have the opportunity to do that. So, oh, establish your own structure and contrivance if you disagree with it. But you say that to the child. But the child is supposed to do things that they can't do inherently because of their limitations, or because they're not allowed to do because of society's restrictions on them too. And then the adult is supposed to challenge all of society and contrivance and government and everything. At 5 years old, and it's maybe somewhat possible, but they're able to make their own multi-trillion-dollar company and challenge it and do all that. But even their ability to do that, let's say they did have that, would still be inhibited and prevented to some extent. To some extent. Everything myself, like how? Right, but that's the challenge you take. Okay, fine, so I will do that, and then that'll validate it, right? I have to manually create my own society and contrive and say, welcome group tours. So I haven't been here in some time, and I don't know why I even want to go here, but maybe they'll have something interesting in the food court. Will they have Panda Express, even though I don't even know where the food court is? It's in like a corner somewhere. I don't think it's changed too much though. It's been a long time since I've been here, but it looks pretty much the same. Yeah, this is a pretty good center, although these towns I'm not so sure about. Like, I don't know. Like, this center seems bigger than the town itself. Like, I feel like people would come here just for the center, but not from the town or anything like that, right? It would just be like, oh, this itself is a whatever, something sought after. So where exactly is this place? But I think it's here in the corner. But like, yeah, what you'd be doing is you'd be like, okay, no matter what the structure is, you'd always have incentives. Like, for example, right, like, okay, so let's have a fair society or establishment, right? And then you'll say there'll be all these incentives, right, within that, because, right, you'll have, this is the way that society works, okay? You'll have this false absolute that's posed, right? Like a pretense. Oh, we do things for the collective benefit. We do things for other people. Our human beings are valuable. Life is valuable, blah, blah, blah. Right? But then those pretenses are not consistently fully held. If you hold them fully, absolutely accountable, oh no, it's okay if our tax dollars go to killing people in the Middle East, or oh, it's okay if we, whatever. There'll be inconsistencies, right? By things made by child labor from China, we want to play dumb and whatever. So there'll be inconsistencies. So it's not fully consistently applied. So it's invalid by that basis. But not only that, it's meant as a dependent overextended pretense on your own, reinforcing your own selective interest. But not only that, the other thing that happens is, I should really change this ticker too, I forgot. But the other thing that happens is, basically, it'll be a false absolute pretense that's used to control things. But then that same pretense is neither consistently held, like I was just demonstrating, but it's also has like all these, I'm trying to think of the right term, like all these incentives or in between, like, oh, but we made friends with that guy, so we'll give him special treatment, or oh, that guy's rich, so like it'll be a pretense that's selectively applied even then, right? Not consistently applied, right, like I just laid out, but also, oh, but we'll give special treatment to people that we know and people, family, friends, and oh, people who are rich. So it creates this sort of incentive, like this false absolute pretense is used to control people, which an absolutist may be able to accept if it's consistent, which I've shown two ways that it's not. But the second one is more disturbing because it's like, that's the ego basis that the absolutists would reject. They don't want that benefit. They don't want like, oh, I'm going to suck up to you and then, oh, give me special treatment. No, they would say, no, everybody should be treated the same, but that's not how it works. The false absolute pretense is used to control everybody, right? Oh, we're doing this for the collective benefit, or oh, so it's fair, or blah, 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 what for safety. But then, oh, we'll make an exception because we know this guy, or we'll make an exception because he's rich, or we'll make an exception because he's a cop, or make an exception. So you do all these things, and then that's actually the basis of society, all these sort of in-between. I feel like there's a term for it that I forget, but it's pretty good. Like it's used in politics, like not really like a bribe, but just, you know, how they all get along and there's a sense of like, is everything truly being done in the consistent way, right? Like if I, as a random person, asked for something, would it be taken as seriously if some celebrity or somebody else asked for it, regardless of the merit of it, even if it's the exact same thing, there's some incentive going on. And so that's damaging because the same pretense that's used to control, again, it's selective application. The same pretense that would be used to control everybody else isn't applied to them. It'll be bypassed because, again, some familial relationship, some friendship, some other benefit. So all that social element would be rejected. The absolutist doesn't want that to be the basis. They don't want the ego basis. It's just like, okay, let's do everything on a sound, accountable process. If there is a pretense of value, let's hold it consistently accountable. But it's not because, again, there's a plain dumb aspect of, oh, we value this, but we let, if it's out of sight, out of mind, ruled by omission protocol, like I've explained, then we're going to ignore it. And if we get certain benefits, we're going to do that too. We're going to bypass it, kind of a give and take, right, with that. So there's a lot of issues with that. Here, let me change my little ticker here. This has been a very, very good episode, though. I like my level of effort here. So let me see. What can I replace it with? It's basically I haven't done a long episode like this in a long time. So I'll take a little break here, though. Absolutist. Maybe I can just put this. The cool thing with this is this will be in the VODs then forever. So on one hand, I could kind of ruin it, but it's not really blocking anything but the dash. I'll just do that for now since I'm not discussing a specific topic. Wait, but okay, it's at the bottom. Where did it go? Here. All right, so let me try to find the food court here. Use the bathroom and stuff because I've been driving for a little bit drinking this juice. Yeah, I'll keep it going even longer. And the one thing I wish I could do is switch back to the screencast orientation. Or I guess not switch back, but that way I could like play a game or do something on the screen for a little bit and then come back to this, but without having to end the stream. That is odd how that seems so difficult to do. Go to the screen capture. Maybe you're not allowed to do it. Like when you start, you have to choose that. But yeah, where the hell is the food court? I want to see if they have something exotic in here, basically. I guess I've had nothing to eat today besides that Walmart thing, so... And I didn't even finish it. There it is, food court. Uniform outlet, famous footwear. But no, like, there's a certain value in solitude. Like, you can experience everything fully and objectively, and there's no incentive. Even, like, oh, you don't have an incentive. You're just doing it. You're just an observer. I'm just a vessel. I'm just a vessel of objective thought and the human experience. Where I can just see things for what they are, whereas everybody else, there's some selective incentive. There's some, there's some ulterior motive. There's some ignorance insistence. Like, they're insisting upon their own experience and myopic framing. They're looking for reinforcement of their own state or something like that, instead of just purely, fully, again, not only being able to be objective and just experiencing for what it is, but also, again, without all that ego and overextended things, kind of reject your own ego basis and also look at theirs, like reject theirs because other people, so the more people there are, the less credible, the more egos align and collide and ignorance insistence. But not only that, there's something else going on where, it's basically just it's a situation where probably you could align it with if you're by yourself, you can do it fully, freely, long form, fully. It's kind of like how I even play games, but you could do the same thing in society and life. Like, if it's just me and I'm just playing it, no multiplayer pressure, nobody, and they're in a rush, they have real life stuff to do, none of that. Like, just, it's me, I'm doing it, I can take my time, I can do whatever I want, I can run against the wall, I can dick around, I can invent my own formats. That's the same freedom in society you could look at. The more people there are, the less free you are, the more pressure there are, the more social contrivance, the more whatever. So that, if you realize you can fully immerse yourself and fully value something, and that would be okay to do. Okay, I'll be back. I'll keep it quick, though. I want to keep this going. I guess I could put, like, a be right back thing, but it really doesn't feel necessary. But no, we're almost done with this as far as the absolutist topics here. I just want to, I just want to do something else, like, let me look up that thing once more, like how to... how to go back to screen capture, but I basically don't think I can even do it. there's like a maxing out philosophy to this too. Like, we're maxing out my Starlink's capability, my battery's capability, my phone's capability, everything. Right? This is what the absolutists would do. So there's a certain way that kind of represents something too, that you would show it in duality as well. Not only in the substance and the content of what you're doing, but in the process of what you're doing. Like, that's one thing that half-mass human function would be like. They would notice things in anything passionate or self-aware or measure would be odd to them, or because they're not used to it, it kind of breaks their illusion of the half-mass state. So it could be positive, negative, but like anything self-aware, like that doesn't fit in their thing, in their false duality structured life, they would say is a negative. Or it would be like kind of noteworthy to them. Anything in any direction, because their life is so structured to have mass, but that's what the collective is used to reinforce. That's kind of what the fake humanism is used to control you, right? Oh, well, the mass majority of people is what we value, and based on that, we're going to reinforce the state that they're in, right? Because, oh, that's for the collective mass of people. Of course, we're going to reinforce and support the people, the mass number of people, right? Ordinary people. The problem is the state that they're put in is unnatural. It's created by corporations, created by government, created by other incentives, like. So by reinforcing their state, which seemed to be positive at the initial level, or even overcompensating for it, you're actually sometimes reinforcing and doing it in service of that contrivance state, and instead of something better or different that you could do and self-actualize, basically. Okay, I'll be back. Get something cheap here. My juice is gonna go bad in the heat, but just from all this time. Alright. No, but I want to see the scenario where I do this every day and then see what happens. And I don't even want viewership necessarily, but just it's a good thing to get into. That's kind of a good principle to follow. Do something because you want to do it, or because of the value that you see in it, not because of what you get out of it. Although after a certain amount of time, you would think you should get something out. Like, you know, if not, then maybe you're doing something wrong. But in this case, it's a little different. But even like, I say that like with streaming games. Don't do commentary like, oh, hey, how's it going? This guy came in chat and you're talking to him and all this. No, do it like you're doing a let's play commentary, just running commentary, period, just for your own enjoyment or just for the flow of it. And then if people come in, fine. If they don't, fine. But, right, that's the way you would just do it for the sake of it.